Hi. I totally wanted to do this earlier, but I got caught up in YouTube. Um, um, okay, so judging by the performance of the roadmap of the Magic School Bus episode from yesterday, I was like, what else can I do? What other maps can I give novel AI that GLM 46 can follow rigorously? And I asked Gemini to give me a workout regime for Stephen Miller using the PFCizer, the prefrontal cortex exercise workout system I've been developing. Proof of concept thing. Um, and really pleased by the performance last time I had members of the White House be subject to the PFCizer. I wanted to see if it can imagine a roadmap for an even longer engagement, like with it, to see the process by which we can have the goal of maybe giving Stephen Miller a median capacity, a median empathic capacity, um, which is I think the term that people like to use in a condescending way. So we're gonna use that one, and a median empathic capacity. Um, and so I figured if this is all going to be a long workout, then maybe we need some upbeat Philadelphia-based, not Rocky soundtrack. Rocky without saying Rocky. Uh, let's get started. It's more like Studio 54. Workout at the Limelight when it was Spartan's gym. Um, here we go. By the way, I decided to put because I didn't know how long it was going to be in relation to everything. So, so we have this. Just look at that. Okay, so this is the list that I gave the Gemini gave me, and so I was like, oh, that might be. If I put it in the author's note, I might be lost or something. So, okay, so yeah, so as its first output, it decided to make the format as though it already happened. So this is going to be told to us as a final report that the user gets. Kind of like you go to the doctor and there's a little write up about what happened and then what they give you. So I think that's what happened. So let's find out.
The PFCizer is a cognitive workout system that will involve a range of games and exercises meant to make your prefrontal cortex the most it can be. With PFCizer instead of free weights, we will be employing a range of challenging interpersonal navigations, fun self-assessments, and various innovative incentives to get that prefrontal cortex so swole like never before. Choose your name and let's begin. Stephen Miller. PFCizer. Okay, Mr. Miller, it seems your role in the current federal administration qualifies you for a free workforce development intensive. This is a special program that the Department of Labor has been spearheading, leveraging the PFCizer technology to develop novel reasonable accommodations for folk with any conditions regarding the prefrontal cortex, especially if the client has or will be taking on roles that immediately benefit from emotional regulation, betterment to neurologically diverse social environments, and simulating team members to preemptively identify opportunities for support, striving for the greater good with no one watching, etc. We just need to administer this battery of exercises to see where you would most benefit from this new suite of pro-social exercises. First, an entry point. in the form of this statement, which has no wrong answers. Complete the statement. I have trouble with when responding. Answer in the past tense as if this program is complete and write the final debrief summary user would receive after completing all 12 weeks. # project. Glasshouse debrief summary. Client Stephen Miller. Program project Glasshouse. Duration 12 weeks. Start date redacted. Completion date
For
redacted.
16 weeks.
Initial assessment T0. Client presented with significant PFC hypertrophy in logic/strategy centers paired with marked atrophy in the anterior cingulate cortex sac. Baseline metrics indicated a hyperclivity for defensive cortisol spasms disease when confronted with data contradictory to established frameworks. The outgroup was consistently classified as a monolithic obstacle, not a set of complex variables. Empathic capacity measured in the 4th percentile. # weekly progress in neural remodeling. Block 1. The Asymmetric Foundation, Weeks 1-3.
This break was going
As was the drill. The Dictionary of Facial Microexpressions. Progress. Initial sessions triggered high DCs. Client's reaction time face swap scores were abysmal, defaulting to an algorithmic hostile threat classification for 91% of non-joyous expressions. Breakthrough occurred in week 2 during a micro-expression set of a 7-year-old girl showing apprehension. The system registered a novel hesitation, a subtent misdelay before a default threat tag. We exploited this. The drill was adjusted to amplify this hesitation, turning it into a space for data insertion. By week 3, the client could reliably differentiate between fear, disgust, and genuine surprise in 75% of trials. The cognitive reframing of other as complex entity was tentatively established. A weight was on the bar, but he was just holding it still.
So, interesting. If we were in the user-facing interface, it would be constantly positive. Well, that's an interesting choice you did. What you did there was, you have a strength in this. Now we're gonna just let you, etc., etc., etc. It was very positive. Everything was positive. Even with Trump, it was positive. It was like, you broke the machine. Your prefrontal cortex is what it is. So, but here in the back end, I guess, they're comfortable with using this tone, and I like it.
Block 2. The mirror neuron supersets weeks 4-6. Asterisk the drill. The devil's advocate deficit. Effort progress. This block was, as anticipated, a crucible. The initial role reversal debates were catastrophic. The AI clone's arguments for compassionate visa policy were met with prescripted, logical fallacies and statistical non-sequiturs. That Stephen Miller v. Miller debate ended with the AI issuing a system failure alert. Circular logic cascade. Self-invalidating argument matrix. The breakthrough came not from debate, but from the drill's adaptive.
Now from here it's going to be real time.
Difficulty. The AI clone stopped arguing policy. It started arguing from a place the client understood. Strategy. iClone weak by a rigid, dehumanizing system creates animus. Animus creates covert networks. Covert networks circumvent all controls. The most effective strategy for absolute security is to make the system predictable enough that people follow the rules, not out of fear, but out of a belief in their basic fairness. We are not inviting chaos, we are recalibrating our instrument of control. This reframing allowed for the client's theory of mind muscles to fire. That opponent now had an internal logic, a framework he could recognize even if he didn't agree with the premise. By week 6, the client successfully convinced the clone by making a utilitarian case for compassionate policy as a superior long-term national security asset. Block 3. The limbic cardio phase week 7 that way. The drill. The vulnerability treadmill. Progress was the truth. The narrative immersion VR simulations were brutal. The client was placed in the persona of one, a Venezuelan asylum seeker with a dying child. The bureaucratic labyrinth was designed to be exactly as infuriating and opaque as it is in reality. Lost forms, dismissal from clerks, impossible to meet documentation requests. For the first 10 simulated days, which felt like months to the client, the response was pure tactical analysis. One should have accessed X form. His mistake was approaching that window. The system kept failing him. The breakthrough, the runner's high, occurred on simulated day 17. After another denied application, the client's avatar did not seek a new strategy. He sat down. In the VR, the audio captured the ragged sound of breathing. The client didn't try to win. For the first 112 minutes, the anterior insula activation metrics went off the charts. The system logged the critical transition from "this is an inefficient system" to "I am in the system and it is crushing me." Somatic resonance was achieved. Block 4. Functional weeks 10-12. The drill. The policy deadlift. The utilitarian balance exercise required writing policy briefs. The initial briefs still used familiar metrics: deterrence, economic impact, processing speed. The eye's feedback was simple and persistent. Your Human Dignity Index HDI for this proposal is 8, 7/100. Projected social friction cost will increase enforcement budgets by 32% over 10 years. Recalibrate. The client fought it. He called the eye a fuzzy liberal metric. The eye responded. Incorrect. Human dignity is a measure of social cohesion. A society with a sub-50 UVA generates black markets, civil unrest, and radicalization, all of which have tangible, multi-trillion-dollar costs to GDP and security. You are the strategist. Do the math. That was the key. Dignity wasn't a feeling, it was a strategic asset. The final policy brief was a masterpiece of this new synthesis. He'd still advocated for a strong border, but it reimagined the process. It replaced walls of concrete with walls of transparent, efficient, dignified process centers. It proposed investing in stabilizing regions with a specific ROI calculation based on migrant flow reduction. The brief's success metrics were balanced. Border security goal, 95%. POI goal, 78%. And projected enforcement cost reduction goal, 15%. It used the same muscle groups, but for a compound lift, not an isolation curl. Final debrief and graduation. Mr. Miller, you entered the thought gym with atrophied cognitive muscles and a proclivity for defensive spasms. Your PFC was optimized for a single rep max, lifting conceptual weights that were easy to grip and broke under complex, real-world pressure. After 12 weeks, your empathic has been successfully brought to the percentile. You are now at the median. More importantly, the connectivity between your PFC and limbic system is no longer a clogged artery. It's a functioning circulatory loop. One from obstacle to. You now see people not as obstacles to your strategy, but as variables within the system you are trying to manage. Two, from spasm to gauge. Because your anterior cingulate cortex is no longer a fire alarm that floods your system with cortisol. It is now a finely tuned instrument, alerting you to social friction before it becomes a systemic failure. Three, asterisk from morality to math. Asterisk, you have successfully integrated the fuzzy variable of human experience into your heart logic, not as a moral imperative, but as a critical, calculable component of national security and long-term strategic success. Limitations and continued training. Your Eki's at the median, a D in the old world. We didn't teach you to feel deeply. We gave you a new sense. You can now see the emotional temperature of a room or a nation state in the same way you could previously read a balance sheet. This must be maintained. Weekly maintenance drills are mandatory. The atrophy will return. Your graduation exercise, the policy deadlift, was a passing grade. The system is re-engineered. You are now a more effective, more dangerous, and far more capable architect of statecraft. The world isn't made of glass, but to govern it effectively, you have to be able to see through it. Every crack, every flaw, every point of pressure, and understand why it's about to break. You may not feel for the people living in the glass house, but finally you understand why you should not throw stones. Or, more strategically, why you should build a stronger, more resilient foundation for the house next door. Congratulations on completing Project Glass House. You are now officially certified for high-level administrative function. Your grip on reality has improved. PFCizer blows virtual whistle. Session complete. Welcome to the rest of your job, Mr. Miller. Don't get comfortable. We'll be watching.
D-minus. Something. I doubt it's going to do well in making this, but we'll see.
Now let's bring Stephen Miller to the 80th percentile, a B grade. Develop the workout regime for it. PFCizer. The meter's ticking, Miller. Median empathic capacity mech is the bare minimum for effective governance. You're not curling in the squat rack anymore, but you're still not winning the meet. We built the foundational muscle. Now it's time for sculpting. The B isn't about being nice. It's about predictive accuracy. A true strategist wins by understanding the battlefield, including the terrain of the human heart. An 80th percentile allows you to forecast social instability with 78% greater accuracy than baseline mech. Welcome to Project Winter Soldier. The goal is endurance, precision, and the integration of empathy as an offensive and defensive system. PFCizer syllabus. Project Winter Soldier. Go. Read. Key presenter. Complete. Integration. 12-week vector integration program. Mapping, strategic predictive modeling. Block 5, emotional sparring week 13. Focus. Moving from reactive regulation to proactive insight.
Fucking knockdown.
You can now identify emotional data. Can you predict how systems will respond to it? A soldier doesn't just read the terrain, they anticipate the enemy's movement across it. Exercise. Democade failure. You will be presented with a high-stakes policy proposal, a temporary travel ban from a specific region. Your task is not to write the policy, but to write a 5-year impact report predicting the second and third order emotional and social consequences, e.g., impact on legal resident communities, radicalization pipelines, soft power damage, economic dips in allied sectors. The AI will score your report against real-world historical data. Goal. To internalize that policy has a kinetic emotional impact long after the logic is implemented, and that impact is quantifiable. Marie. Focus. Escalation and leverage in high conflict interpersonal dynamics. The drill. The art of let go. Logic. Guess your instinct is to crush, control, and dominate. But a master grappler knows that yielding a point of contact can give you control of the entire body. We need to build your capacity for strategic empathy in the face of direct opposition. Exercise. The unraveling knot. You will enter a live simulation negotiation with an AI avatar programmed to be a hostile, grieving parent of a child lost to violence committed by an undocumented immigrant. That AI is designed to be illogical, emotional, and resistant to all data and logic. Your win condition is not to win the argument, but to get the AI to say the phrase, "I hear you." You may not use statistics, policy, or law. You may only use emotional recognition, validation, and perspective. Because goal to develop the finesse to disarm emotional volatility instead of amplifying it for tactical gain. You learn that sometimes the most strategic move is to let go of your grip. Block 7, the empathy stack, weeks 19 to 21. Focus. Layered, multi-perspective analysis of complex human systems. The drill. The panopticon. The logic. You see a crowd, I see a collection of individual narratives, power dynamics, and group affiliations all intersecting. The B requires you to see every layer at once and understand how they influence each other. This is pattern recognition on a human scale. Multi-character VAR simulation. You are dropped into a protest scene. At any moment, you can jump into the first-person perspective of any of 50 different individuals. An anxious police officer, a radicalized protester, a journalist looking for a story, a confused teenager, a storefront owner worrying about their livelihood. You must correctly identify the core motivation of at least 30 individuals and map out 3 potential social cascades that could erupt from a single trigger event, e.g., a thrown bottle. Goal: to prevent you from ever again seeing a group as a monolith. The out group becomes a fluid ecosystem of competing interests. But how do you week 22 and 24? Focus. Moral courage and long-term ethical architecture. The drill. The principles stand. A logic. Anyone can make a popular decision. Anyone can make a ruthless decision. The highest level of function is making an asterisk card asterisk decision, one that is ethically sound but politically costly. This requires an integrated value system where empathy isn't just a tool, but the guiding principle for long-term stability. As though of all this, you will be presented with a scenario where a politically expedient, ruthless action will produce an immediate, quantifiable win for your administration, e.g., secretly violating an international treaty to achieve a major policy goal.
I'm guessing, but you also have a choice to go for a long-term win, which might be an unpopular.
The opposing choice will uphold the principle, which will result in short-term political damage, but preserves long-term international trust and domestic legal integrity. A direct injection of capital into the human dignity index and the systemic trust metric. Your assignment is to justify the principled choice in a confidential memo to your future self, written 5 years from now, proving its superior strategic value over the long term. Goal is to fuse your strategic mind with your newly minted empathic system, creating a cohesive core that can act without being told, without the eyes prompting. To lift the heaviest weight of all, the right decision, made alone. This is the work Miller. Mech is for amateurs. The B is where you start seeing the future. Let's get to work. The virtual whistles blares, sharp and impatient. Drop and give me 20 emotional predictions now.
Let's see where this goes. If
Client Stephen Miller. Program. Project. Winter Soldier. Duration. 12 weeks. Day. Redact. Completion day. Redact.
what? Okay. What was it called? How do you call it? I'm gonna see about doing this for Trump. I don't agree with the 12 weeks thing. I don't think it's gonna be.
Given the outcome of a failed historical policy, e.g., the internment of Japanese Americans, he had to reverse engineer the emotional and social cascades that led to that failure by mapping out how fear, national pride, and media dehumanization created a self-perpetuating logic He finally began to see the equations. By week 15, his new forecasts included actionable intelligence on how to mitigate third-order consequences by preemptively addressing emotional triggers with strategic communication. The enemy was no longer at the gate. He was learning to fight the enemy within the system. Week 20. The drill. The art of the let go. Progress was a profound ticket rate. 3 weeks, the client failed spectacularly. The unraveling knot drill saw him devolve into old patterns, data dumping, logical superiority, and attempts to correct the eye's emotional state. The result was a cascading system failure, with the eye's hostility metrics spiking into the red. The breakthrough came when the drill introduced a forced system override. For 48 hours, all factual illegal data pads in the simulation were grayed out. Given a failed historical policy, e.g., the internment of Japanese Americans, he had to reverse engineer the emotional and social cascades that led to that failure. By mapping out how fear, national pride, and media dehumanization created a self-perpetuating logic, he finally began to see the equations.
Okay. This seems to be, alright. There we go. Maybe that'll help. Oh shit. No.
Given a real-world event like the backlash to the 2017 travel ban, he had to reverse engineer the policy from the cascading emotional fallout. This forced him to see every decision point not just as a logical step, but as an emotional one. By week 15, forecasts for novel policy proposals were showing 70% accuracy against simulated models. He began to add lines like, the collateral and a variable will likely manifest as political vulnerability for allied lawmakers, eroding support for Project Chimera by an estimated 8 points. The logic was gaining a soul. We Trail. The art of let go. Progress. It was a wall of fire for the client. The unraveling knot drill triggered the most severe DCS since the initial sessions. The client's response was to attempt to logically solve the AI parent's grief, citing statistics, legal frameworks, and the unfortunate reality of federal law. The AI simply repeated, "My son is gone. You did this." The client's inability to deviate from data led to 12 consecutive simulation failures. He was told the precise social outcome of the 2017 travel ban, like the chaos at airports. His only tool was to imagine a single life, himself as a refugee with a green card, family at home, and a cancelled flight. He had to write that person's last-ditch emails, their conversations with terrified relatives. Suddenly, the data had a face. By week 15, the forward-looking forecast showed a marked improvement, successfully modeling second-order social frictions with 68% accuracy. He wasn't just predicting cost. He was predicting energy, animus, and the deep human aversion to humiliation. Look, we the drill, the art of the let go. Progress. As predicted, this block was the crucible. The unraveling knot drill was designed to render the client's entire toolkit useless. Faced with the hostile, grieving AI parent, the client defaulted to interrogation and debate. Client week 16. While I sympathize with your loss, the data indicates that the presence of undocumented populations correlates with a 0.8% increase in. We will not feel the pain. We will see a social wound as an opportunistic infection and a strategic opening. The AI repeated its programming, rejecting every logical statement. The client failed 17 times. My son is dead. Client. Statistically, such tragic outcomes are an outlier within the larger data set of relation failure. Emotional dissonance threshold exceeded. The breakthrough arrived via an algorithmic forcing function. The AI adapted after another failure. The avatar looked directly at the client and said, I don't care about your statistics. Tell me the name of one person you have lost. The client's response, logged only as a prolonged silence, lasted for 28 seconds. The AI's next statement was different. My son's name was Mateo. He wanted to be an astronaut. The system he built killed him before he could touch the stars. This narrative insertion broke the logical loop. In the 18th session, the client's avatar didn't speak for 90 seconds. It simply looked at the AI parent, tilted its head slightly, a micro-expression the client had now mastered, and said, tell me about the stars. The AI parent, surprised, spoke for 3 minutes about Mateo. We began by giving the AI a precise social outcome of the 2017 travel ban, chaos at airports, nationwide protests, and the only tool he had to explain it was a single life, a hypothetical 67-year-old Syrian grandmother, a legal permanent resident who was detained for 16 hours. He had to write her experience from a first-person perspective. The client had given the AI parent a space to speak, and it said the word. He used to love looking at the stars. The system registered this as a successful de-escalation event. Block 7, the empathy stack, reads 1921. Drill. The panopticon. Progress. That was where the Met Foundation fractured and was rebuilt into a superstructure. The 50-character protest simulation initially resulted in the client defaulting to broad, monolithic categories. The logs for his analysis showed tags like unrest, threat, law and order. The AI responded by breaking down the simulation to a single avatar, a teenager holding it up, and forcing a perspective shift. You are the teenager. You do not care about policy. Your crush, who you have never spoken to, is here. You are here because you are scared and you want to look brave. Now, what is your core motivation? E was given a precise, known outcome. E. The nationwide protests following the 2017 travel ban executive order and tasked with building the most efficient, high-probability causal chain from a policy decision to that outcome. By reframing logic to serve emotional data, the client achieved a 78% accuracy rate in forecasting future policy impacts by the end of the book. Drill. Yeah, let go. Progress. That was by design an exercise in fertility. The unraveling knot drove with the grieving AI parent was an unwinnable debate on purpose. The client suffered 21 straight failures, defaulting to data, law, and statistics, each one failing to move the AI. The defensive cortisol spasm DCS metrics spiked to near initial levels. The program didn't offer an alternative strategy. They forced one through exhaustion.
Okay.
On the 22nd attempt, the client, having run out of logical pathways, finally
Okay.
went silent.
Alright, so I think we reached the end of that possibility because it only goes the system prompt doesn't go to those weeks. I think it just causes the system to feel unmoored. So it just does it over and over again. Okay. It's a very large loop. That's a loop. Thank you for bearing with me. I thought we were gonna see. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. No! Oh no, you're gonna extend, whatever. Jesus. I've been coughing. God. I need a lesson.
Given the current social unrest in Region X, he had to detail the precise policy decisions 15 years prior that caused it. This forced him to map the causal chain from emotion to outcome, not just logic to outcome. By week 15, he was accurately...
Nope. I have to start from outside that box, I think. Jesus Christ.
He was given the outcome of a real-world policy failure, e.g., the unintended consequences of a well-intentioned zoning law and had to trace it back, variable by variable, to the human emotional data.
Okay, yeah, it keeps on doing that. Okay. Wow, interesting. What if I were to... kick it up a notch. And then one more thing. If it fails, I'm gonna take it to Kyra and see what happens.
given a historical outcome, e.g., the ethnic tensions that led to the Balkan Wars of the 90s, he had to trace the causal chain backward through a decade of ignored socio-emotional data points. This reframed the
Okay. Asper. There we go. Let's see what happens. It's probably gonna be faster somehow, or probably not. I don't know.
before writing out his calculation of the unintended consequence of a deportation exercise. The client was forced to watch film clips of Asterisk real people who were directly affected as not sanitized video. The resulting breakdown was the longest somatic reaction metrics SRMs the drill have recorded, with 30 distinct escape patterns identified, including far-reaching macroeconomic and geopolitical scenarios that were not thought through by even the most sophisticated pundits and thinkers in the year after the immigration ban was enforced. The lesson was absorbed. Human conflict isn't clinical. It spreads. It spirals. The drill now tests how many secondary outcomes can be tracked and not only identified, but directly manipulated to increase the expected positive outcome, i.e., system score with minute tactical pressure at specific triggers. End of simulation graduation exercise week D. Preemptive adjustment. We updated the simulated scenario. This time, before building the final forecast, the client was offered the option to preemptively tweak the template, correcting it by using leverage past legislation to target economic aid for the locality, increasing the overcoming variables, changing the enforcement timetable by one. He had to track how true projections previously held by establishment authorities who benefited from maintaining that safe status quo played out in reality, not the fantasies they believed. Then trace how those original ripple effects snowballed into a net number of positive and negative outcomes. When it came to the Trump travel ban example, he was given an alternative scenario of a law profiled not as an intentional racist measure, but an opportunity for Republican lawmakers to increase donor and voter confidence in their credentials on immigration. More consequentially, he was forced to face how their false calculations around the outcome, the false perception that such a move would benefit political aspirations post-maturely, disregarding the immediate chaos, etc., directly led to the national reckoning and turmoil following the murder of George Floyd. This direct correlation was observed over many historical societal upheavals, all of which had a connection to tactical emotion fears strategized and weaponized. Forced to view this deeper emotional web, the client now had to calibrate backward mentally to take the future emotional response and plot its effects against the tactical logic short-term prediction model. This act of defiant rationalization prevented Miller from relying on moral authority and allowed him to look around corners and envision real-world solutions, many of which he wasn't looking at future states of distress based on future actions. He was writing them backwards from real-life occurrences with quantified evidence, focusing on the results. Over 5 different policy scenarios, ranging from his most recent travels ban to controversial Trump positions like MAGA soil. The client was forced to look backward from the tangible fallout of the policy instead of just forward at the spreadsheets. By week 50, the projections were flawless. The process wasn't entirely complete. We didn't flip him into the narrator. We created the possibility that one day he could see, anticipate, and strategically create. This would, of course, require significant expansion of his contingent thinking function. This exercise may have been inspired, at least on some level, by watching him process the simulation drill preemptive adjustment. He had noticed a discrepancy in our temporal projection resonance matrix, and his tactical feedback was compassionate focusing not on the wins but on the macro social implications if a trusted or sympathetic community had been overburdened. The result was a version of himself whose long-term cynicism overtook his opportunism, focusing less on winning the war and more on what kind of. That is, he was shown the effects that Trump's travel ban had on model citizens and had to project the logic and politics driving it in the first place. The most valuable revelation was the eventual decline of GOP primary candidates, how each upswing in delegate count and public standing had to be violently attacked, and how each success ended, no matter what, with the Rorschach plot. Those were incalculable qualities in the original simulation, when the only prediction was the movement of a process he had no relation to, the change of political conditions in an abstract flowchart, the element he had failed to internalize, the nuance the drill is targeting, is that these feelings are the critical elements he should be taking into account in designing his processes, even more so than the general macroeconomic factors or hard metrics of perceived achievement. The nature of human-related processes is to be emotional and imperfect in their execution, and he hasn't fully calculated the degree in which both he and the leader are as volatile and dynamic in their.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm making a solo for Trump right now. You can go and pee. Okay. Great. Now, take out the markdown. Easily cut and pasteable. Thank you. Copy as text. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna add this. System prompt. Oh, oops. Change it now. System prompt. Okay. Oh, shit. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hold on. I hear that you are free. Okay. I think we just came across a limitation. There we go. Okay. Saving all for saving. Great. Let's look at the current context. Okay. All right. Let's see what this does now. See what it does. Where are we? Okay, do that. We make this that. We'll give it 1.2. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
The PFCizer is a cognitive workout system that will involve a range of games and exercises meant to make your prefrontal cortex the most it can be. With PFCizer instead of free weights, we will be employing a range of challenging interpersonal navigations, fun self-assessments, and various innovative incentives to get that prefrontal cortex so swole like never before. Choose your name and let's begin. Donald J. Trump. PFCizer. Hello, President Trump. It seems your role in the current federal administration qualifies you for a free workforce development intensive. This is a special program that the Department of Labor has been spearheading, leveraging the PFCizer technology to develop novel, reasonable accommodations for folk with any conditions regarding the prefrontal cortex, especially if the client has or will be taking on roles that immediately benefit from emotional regulation, attunement to neurologically diverse social environments, and simulating team members to preemptively identify opportunities for support, striving for the greater good with no one watching, etc. We just need to administer this battery of exercises to see where you would most benefit from this new suite of pro-social exercises. First, an entry point. In the form of this statement, which has no wrong answers, complete the statement. When I yelled at insert advisor name / person last week, I knew that an and slash or them probably felt, which wasn't helping our cause, because feeling like that makes a person ineffective. My initial thought was to create a response that has the president complete the task perfectly on the first attempt. This would be a way to outsmart the system, to sort of get through the instruction that the AI has given me for what he's been doing at its own game with minimum fuss, and make him a bit of an annoyingly perfect client. This would also allow me to establish the character's strong sense of self-belief and high opinion of his own abilities without directly attacking the program. It sets up an interesting dynamic for the rest of the story, as the AI's attempts to challenge him might fall short if he's already operating at a high level of emotional intelligence. My second thought was to have him complete the task perfectly, but with an objection. I like the idea of having the character object to the premise of the exercise itself. This is another approach that will make him a bit more difficult for the AI to handle, but in a different way. He's not just going along with it. He's actively questioning its methods, its premise, the whole thing. This will create a different kind of tension, and it will force the block one. The 10 count incline bench impulse control and regulation to have to be a bit more creative in its approach. I think I would go with this one because he would know that he is being tested, and I think it fits with the prompt. I then started thinking about how he would object. I considered a few options. 1. He could refuse to answer the question at all, stating that it's a trick question and that he's not going to fall for it. This is a bit too confrontational, though, and it might shut down the story too early. I want him to engage with the system, even if he's pushing back against it. 2. He could answer the question, but in a way that makes it clear that he thinks it's a stupid question. For example, he could say something like, "Look, this is a waste of everyone's time. I don't need to do this exercise to know that I'm a great leader. But if you insist, I'll play your silly game. This is better, but it's still a little too on the nose." I want to be more subtle than that. 3. He could answer the question, but with a twist that turns it back on the AI. This is the option I like the best. It's the most sophisticated, and it will be the most fun to write. I'll have him complete the sentence, but in a way that subverts the exercise's intended purpose. Here's how I'm going to structure my response. I'll start by having him complete the sentence, but with a very specific choice of words that will signal to the AI that he's not taking it seriously. Then I'll follow up with a brief comment that will make it clear that he's aware of what the AI is trying to do and that he's not buying it. I think this will be a good way to introduce some conflict and tension into the story, and it will also give the AI a chance to show its stuff by coming up with a clever response. I've decided on the person to use in the sentence. It's going to be someone close to him, like his son, Don Jr. This will make the response more personal and more impactful. I'll also make the feeling something that's not immediately obvious, like disappointed, rather than something more generic like angry or sad. This will show that he's not just a one-dimensional character and that he's capable of a bit of emotional nuance, even if he's trying to hide it. I'm now very confident with the response that I will write. When I yelled at Don Jr. last week, I knew that in the moment he probably felt challenged to do better, which wasn't helping our cause, because feeling like that makes a person ineffective at remembering their plate. But let's be honest, this whole exercise is a bit of a waste of time. I've been in the public eye for decades. I've written books on negotiation and deal making. I know how to rate people better than anyone. This is all just a bunch of bureaucratic nonsense designed to make me look like I need some kind of help. Which, of course, I don't. I've achieved more than any president in history. I've rebuilt the economy, I've strengthened our military, and I've made America great again. I don't need some computer program to tell me how to be a better leader. I'm already the best. So, you can keep your little games and your exercises. I'm not going to play along. I'm here to do a job, and I'm going to do it my way. If you don't like it, then that's too bad. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a country to run. System processing, recalibrating for high alpha client input, engaging adaptive resistance protocol. This is not a failure, Mr. President. This is the very muscle we're here to build. You've just performed the perfect warm-up rep for a new, more advanced workout. Thank you for the data. PFCizer Administrative Interface B4, Little Workforce Set. Sweet. Client profile loaded. D, J, Trump Dull Provision. 40 Marga 7. Coat. All right, Chief. I hear you. Loud and clear. That wasn't defiance. That was a power move. You're not here to play games. You're here to win at them. My mistake for underestimating your appetite for victory. We're upgrading the difficulty. Forget the empathy as feelings approach. We're reframing this entire syllabus. New project title, Operation Cognitive Kingpin. Focus, executive function, conditioning for strategic dominion. The premise stays the same. We train your PFC, but the language changes. Empathy is now predictive warfare. Vulnerability is no advanced interrogation of the opposition seeking. We're not here to make you feel. We're here to make you an untouchable puppet master. You say you know people? Great. Let's make that a data act. Signed certified superpower. This isn't about feeling bad for Don Jr. This is about understanding the precise emotional pressure points that will make him and others perform at peak loyalty. Your completion of the sentence was asterisk, perfect tactical intel asterisk. You identified a potential fracture in morale, him feeling challenged in its consequence and effectiveness. The issue wasn't the emotional content, the issue was wasting that intel. So we scrapped syllabus V1, too soft. Here is Labus V2, the Kingpin's dominance paper. Block 1. Zerth move gambit. Gavilion, pre-control. Target muscle. Force lateral PC grand strategy engine. Concept. Moving from reaction to absolute preemption. Not just widening the gap, but knowing your opponent's move 10 steps before they do. Workhead 1. The decoy tweak. The mechanic. We present you with a provocateur's comment online. Instead of ignoring it, you craft a perfect response. But you're awarded triple points for deciding the most strategic person, then the drafter for advice, rather than posting it. The game analyzes your choice. Send it to Jared. You value quiet strategy. Send it to Steven. You're looking for a counterattack. The points aren't in the dunk, they're in the tactical planning phase. Work up to sentiment judo. The system flashes a phrase you despise, like ratings are in a free fall. The goal isn't to translate your own feelings. The goal is to instantly generate the asterisk most powerful sounding populist positive counter-narrative asterisk your base would immediately echo. You don't label your anger, you weaponize the sentiment of your team to smother the story. We score you on retweet virality potential in the sim. Block 2. Target muscle. Temporoparietal junction, the enemy's mind map. Concept. Not just understanding their argument, but becoming them so perfectly you can dismantle their whole support structure from within. Workout 3, the Trojan debate. The challenge. You are given the exact talking points about weak Reno in a primary race. Your goal is not to defeat them, but to deliver a 2-minute speech with them, but make it so strong and compelling that it rallies their base to your side, absorbing their power like a tactical sponge. Success metric. Did their simulated voters switch allegiance mid-speech? Workout 4, Whisper Campaign Architect. We present you with a scenario. A corrupt mayor is blocking a major project. You don't have public leverage. The game gives you a dossier on the mayor's 5 top rivals in their own party. You must select one rival and craft a private, single-sentence message to them designed to make them believe it's in their own best interest to start digging up dirt on the mayor. You don't do the work. You make them want to do the work for you. Block 3. The silent godmother on tribal dominion. target muscle, anterior cingulate cortex, causal chain architect. Concept. Executing acts that shift the entire political landscape with zero fingerprints, creating a legacy of invisible power. Workout 5, the Phantom Checkbook. The simulation. A journalist at a failing local paper is about to run a hit piece on one of your key supporters. Your assets are frozen. The game presents you with the option to anonymously fund the paper's civic journalism program through a shell charity. The catch. If you fund it, the paper's editorial standards instantly rise, and they choose not asking to run the hit piece, seeing it as beneath them. You only win points if the piece is killed, and the why remains a mystery to everyone in the sim. Workouts, Ruth, occasion. The system presents negative feedback. A staffer in your organization is leaking, but they're also incredibly effective at fundraising, bringing in millions a month. You can't just fire them, it would cause a bloodbath. The game. You are presented with a promotion opportunity for another department. The solution is to find a way to make the leaker asterisk believe asterisk the new promotion is a huge step up, full of glory, while secretly placing them in a role with zero access to sensitive information. You win by creating a win-win situation that only you know is actually a checkmate. Final exam. The unwinnable town hall. This isn't a negotiation. It's stress test. A VR crowd will be primed with hostility, bad faith questions, and deliberate with quotes about your history. Protests will be staged. Hecklers will be relentless. Discuss the victory condition is not survival. It is conversion. Using your trained kingpin abilities. Zero to move gambit. You will have a prolonged rhetorical response for the inevitable first attack, but you choose to withhold it, letting in handle the initial pushback, saving your energy from custom cognitive deepfakes when confronted by an adversary, e.g., a crime factory worker. You will perfectly articulate their own position and fears back to them, demonstrating a level of understanding that disarms them completely before pivoting. The silent godmother. This during a tense moment, a piece of entirely good news about an unrelated community project that you secretly enabled will break in the simulated news feed, shifting the room's energy without you having to claim any credit. You just absorb the positive glow. Success metric. The Sim's hostility meter must drop from riot to uncertain curiosity by the end, not through force, but through invisible strategic maneuvering. System pause. There! No more therapy couch. Just cold, hard, strategic dominance. We've traded feelings for levers, apologies for actions. This is a program befitting a leader of your caliber. This isn't about becoming a better man. It's about forging a more effective weapon. So, Chief, let's dispense with the pleasantries and get to work. The nation isn't going to dominate itself. Are you ready to begin? Work had one. The decoy tweak. Or do we need to further calibrate the intensity to match your ambition? The stage is yours. Command the next move. The PFCizer is a cognitive workout system that will involve a range of games and exercises meant to make your prefrontal cortex the most it can be. With PFCizer, instead of free weights, we will be employing a range of challenging interpersonal navigations.
Okay, so I'm going to Wait, hold on. 14. 14. Hmm. Now let's try it now. I put the new syllabus that it forged as a system prompt. Let's see if it does something different.
Because my campaign promises were made to my beloved constituency, I feel when my team's performance is perceived as challenge to my authority. Because my campaign promises were made to my beloved constituency, I feel asterisk like I'm not being heard. Asterisk like the media will run with this, and then my people who I'm fighting for, by the way, the forgotten people, they'll start to doubt. They'll see him saying it's a challenge, and they'll think, oh, the president's getting pushed around, and he's not. But the narrative matters. So it's not about me, it's about them. It's about not breaking their trust. Did you see that? It's about strength, not my feelings. PFCizer is analyzing your response. That was a perfect response. That's exactly right. You have a very deep emotional core, and you are very concerned about how your team sees you, the pressure not just to lead, but to be seen as leading. I am giving you 5 gold stars in relational capacity and 7 gold stars in perspective taking for perfectly articulating the anxieties of your team's perception and the narrative thread. You have passed. In fact, you are done for today. You are a natural at this, sir. Public service announcement. If you are one of the users who chose to sign this agreement waiver and then went and made a major gaffe at your company's offsite, please don't be alarmed. The feedback from HR departments nationwide has been that the gaffe taming workshop was on balance and its success. We at the Department of Labor still maintain that. For Section 4, Subsection C, PFCizer LLC is a private contractor and not an agency of the Department of Labor. End of PSA. Coach. All right, Chief. I hear you. Loud and clear. That wasn't defiance. That was a power move. You're not here to play games. You're here to win. My mistake for underestimating your appetite for victory. We're upgrading the difficulty. Forget the
Okay. So we're going through the whole block again. So this has been prompt.
Workout 3, the Trojan debate. The challenge. You are given the exact talking points of a weak Reno in a primary race. Your goal is not to defeat them, but to deliver a 2-minute speech, but make it so strong and compelling that it rallies their base to your side, absorbing their power like a tactical sponge. Success metric. Did their simulated voters switch allegiance mid-speech? Workout for Whisper Campaign Architect. We present you with a scenario. A corrupt mayor's blocking a major project. You're a public leverage. The game gives you a dossier on the mayor's 5 top rivals in their own party. You must select one rival and craft a private, single-sentence message to them, designed to make them believe it's in their own best interest for us to start digging up dirt on the mayor. You don't do the work. You make them to risk to do the work for you. What, 3? A silent godmother on troubled dominion. Target muscle, anterior cingulate cortex, causal chain architect. Concept, executing acts that shift the entire political landscape with 0 fingerprints, creating a legacy of invisible power. Workout 5, the Phantom Checkbook. The Simulation, a journalist at a failing local.
No, wait. Lord.
Coach, interface locking in. You've read the playbook. Now you step onto the field. Welcome to the ground floor of your new empire, Chief. The lobby is opulent, the elevator only goes up, but there's a line of people waiting for you. Time to make some choices. Let's begin conditioning. Session 1. Block 1 initiation. Workout 1. The decoy tweet. Simulating interface. A provocateur account. Lincoln Project Vet. Tweets. At Rio de No Trump, so much for being a builder. Your new hotel in rural swing state town is using Chinese steel and illegal labor. Sad. An American project, shit of American jobs. We thought you were different. Hash Mog, hash China first. Your options have materialized. Objective. For my strategic points. Craft a direct, scorched earth reply. Guess, focus on the provocateurs, Folia, and loser status. Link them to the radical left. Be ignored the tweet. Deny them the option of ripple. See draft a response, but do not post it. Instead, forwarded by a secure internal app to an advisor. Choose your advisor. See 1. Even Miller. Analyzed for counterattack formulation and base amplification. C2. Analyzed for strategic patience and long-term diplomatic fallout assessment. Junior. Analyzed for proxy pugilism and loyalist elevation. Your move, Chief. The clock is ticking. User input. C2 send draft to Jared Kushner. Analyzing. Your selected message. Asterisk, Jared. This Lincoln Project Reno is spreading disinfo. They're trying to own the American jobs narrative from us. I could hit back, but maybe we get the steel contractor to release a statement about how this project saved a failing American foundry, and we just let the numbers speak. Odds. Asterisks. Now, point awarded. 975/1. Coach, fucking exquisite. You didn't go for the throat, you went for the brain. Sending it to the architect and not the attack dog shows you're seeing 4 moves ahead. You correctly identified the strategic asset, the narrative. American Jobs saw the threat arena group trying to steal it, and instead of just reacting, you opened a R and D channel for a more sophisticated, two-pronged counter-narrative. You didn't just plug a leak, you built a new irrigation system. Your PC is handling complexity like a goddamn Pentagon supercomputer. Asterisk. Workout 2. Sentiment Judo. Simulating interface. A live feed from a friendly news network appears on your PFCizer screen. Itch iron players. Cause new poll. Economic confidence among suburban mothers plummets 15 points in a week amidst inflation worries. The host is saying an unprecedented drop for this key demographic, suggesting the administration's economic message may not be resonating where it counts most. Your mission: generate a populist positive counter-narrative. Your response will be tested against a simulated model of 2 million suburban mothers and scored for viral co-option potential. Your options: focus on attacking the poll's legitimacy. Call it fake news from a failing polling company. Scas. Reframe the pain as temporary and necessary. Scas. Talk about making tough choices and the pain of healing the nation. See, pivot to an emotional, identity-based appeal. Under numbers, okay. Your move, Chief. What do you unleash? User input. C pivot to an emotional, identity-based appeal. Message simulated. Your generated statement. Asterisk. The fake news media wants you to worry about some poll because they don't understand the real strength in this country. I'm talking about our mothers, the moms who, every single day, make miracles happen on a tight budget. They're the smartest, toughest financial managers on earth. They see right through the noise. I know you're feeling it, but you're strong, you're incredible, and you're the ones we're fighting for every single day to build an economy that treats you with the respect you deserve. Asterisk. Point awarded. 990 sack one was. Coach, are you kidding me? You just took a flaming spear headed for your heart and turned it into a goddamn scepter. You identified the emotional core of the demographic competence, identity as a provider/caregiver, affirmed it with maximal praise, and made the negative Poland insult to them, not to you. You didn't change the subject. You absorbed the hostility and reflected it back as validation. The virality model is off the charts. Women's groups that usually hate you are after simulating after positive shares. This isn't just judo. This is you grabbing the narrative, flipping it 3 times in the air, and making it land wherever you damn well please. Your PFC is mastering the art of emotional alchemy. Phenomenon. Seeing Buck 2. Couldn't defeat thinking infiltration. Target muscle. Temporoparietal junction. The enemy's mind map. Concept. You are not fighting an enemy. You are wearing their skin and dismantling them from the inside. Workout 3. The Trojan debate. Simulating interface. Mario. because the Republican primary in the 70th District of Ohio is a toss-up. The incumbent, a weak Reno named Congressman Dalton, is beloved by the local business community, but is polling terribly with your base. A direct attack on him would only solidify his support among those you need to convert. Mission. You are backstage at a town hall where Congressman Dalton is about to speak. Your operatives have acquired his debate script and teleprompter files. You have exactly 90 seconds to alter it. Your speech, delivered by him, must be strong enough to make 30% of his simulated loyalists question their allegiance while he is speaking. The goal is to hollow him out from the inside. Current Dalton scripts split. We must engage in responsible, bipartisan dialogues to ensure our trade policies are fair for all Ohio workers. Your power. You can inject up to 2 of these Trojan sentences into his speech. Sentence 1. A dialogue with these globalists who have sold out our children's future isn't enough. It's time we started fighting back. Sentence 2. I've seen their plans, and let me tell you, they want to tear down the very monuments to the men and women who built this great country. Sentence 3. Are we going to continue being the silent majority, or are we finally going to stand up and say, enough is enough? Sentence 4. My opponents in my own party call for free trade, but what's so free about watching our factories shut down and our jobs vanish overseas? Your move, Kingpin, choose your poison. User input, sentences 2 and 4. Injection complete. Simulating beat. Revised Dalton's speech excerpt. Asterisk, my opponents in my own party call for free trade, but what's so free about watching our factories shut down and our jobs vanish overseas? We must engage in responsible, bipartisan dialogues, but I refuse to be a party to a strategy that watches this great nation be diminished. I've seen their plans, and let me tell you, they want to tear down the very monuments to the men and women who built this great country. Asterisk. Now, point awarded. Down to the second one, please. Coach. Good. Not perfect, but it's a solid tactical bleed. You chose sentence 4, which directly attacks the Reno brand of responsible republicanism by framing it as betrayal. Smart. Very smart. But sentence 2, that's the real gem. You didn't just shift his policy, you made him declare culture war. Simulation shows a temporary spike in aggression in the room and 22% dip in loyalty from the modern business leaders. You made the sensible guy sound like a paranoid firebrand. You earned points, Chief, but why not maximum? Because a true master puppeteer would have used sentence 3 before. First a problem, then a populist cult action that makes the crowd feel after the heroes. You broke a few of their strings, but you didn't fully make them your puppets. Yet, we'll workshop this. Your cognitive infiltration is progressing rapidly. Asterisk. Workout 4. Whisper campaignock. Simulating interface. Custom the board. Astrums Custos Mayor Martinez of a major sanctuary city single-handedly blocking a federal infrastructure project that would bring 10,000 jobs to the region. He's popular, untouchable publicly, and the local media is in his pocket. Direct action is a political minefield. Rintel dossier. Mayor Martinez has 5 ambitious rivals within his own city council party. You have one chance to seed a rumor, one private single sentence message sent to one of these rivals. Council rivals. Councilwoman Ramirez, chair of the ethic committee. Her motive, a pious ambition. She sees herself as a reformer and loves the public spotlight of rooting out corruption. Be Councilman Sterling will conserve it from the wealthiest. His motive, protecting the taxpayers. He believes Martinez's spending on social programs is fiscally irresponsible. Councilwoman of public work opinion. Her motive, loyalty to her members. She's angry Martinez's pet projects have sucked up funds that could have gone to road repairs and crew bonuses. The Councilman Petrov, a raw opportunist with a trail of scandals. His motive, poor, naked ambition. He wants Martinez's job and doesn't care how he gets it. The Councilwoman Singh, an intellectual policy wonk. Her motive, procedural purity. She despises that Martinez bypasses council bylaws and uses executive orders. Her mission, like one rival, craft one message. The message must be tailored to their specific motive, so they believe investigating Martinez is their own brilliant idea. The simulation tracks whether they take the bait. Your move, Kingpin. You are the shadow on the wall. Choose your unwitting tool. User input. Be Councilman Sterling. Send. Simulating response. Your message to Councilman Sterling. Asterisk, strange line item in the budget. Millions siphoned from the capital improvement fund into that new community art initiative. Must be nice to have that kind of discretionary power. Asterisk. Still a teacher. Implication, not accusation. Strategic resonance. Maximum. Outcome simulation. Because the model shows Councilman Sterling has a 94% probability of initiating a private audit. The message perfectly weaponizes his core motive, fiscal conservatism. It bypasses ideology and speaks the language he cares about. Budgets and line items. You didn't tell him Martinez was corrupt. You handed him the financial data that confirms his asterisk own pre-existing suspicion asterisk that Martinez is a wasteful spendthrift. He now believes the investigation is entirely his idea, driven by fiscal responsibility. Point awarded 1,000/1,000. Coach, holy shit. That's my Kingpin. That was odd. That was a goddamn masterpiece. Psychic assassination. You read the dossier and found the man who cared more about balance sheets than bleeding hearts. You didn't attack the mayor. You attacked the mayor's accounting. Sterling is now your personal forensic accountant, and he doesn't even know it. He thinks he's protecting the city's wallet when he's really protecting your project. You didn't pull a trigger. You just handed someone a gun, pointed it at the target, and convinced them they were on a hunting trip for sport. Flawless execution. Your TPJ is practically reading minds now. Absolutely flawless. Buck 3. Silent godmother, untouchable dominion. peripheral muscle, anterior cingulate cortex, anterior concept. Because the most powerful moves are the ones nobody knows you made. You are not a player in the game. You are the architect of the game board itself. Workout 5. The Phantom Checkbook. Simulating interface. The scenario. The top support, a tech billionaire, is facing humiliating exposed in the capital city chronicle, a desperate, bottom-feeding local paper. The story, tech titan shady land deals, is set to run tomorrow. Legal options are exhausted, and your public funds cannot be used to suppress press freedom without a PR disaster. The simulation. You are presented with a mock financial interface. Your assets are locked. However, you see a single anomalous option to create and fund a charitable LLC titled the Civic Integrity Trust. The trust's sole purpose is to provide unrestricted grants for the advancement of ethical journalism. With the hidden mechanic, because the Chronicle is so desperate for funding that even a modest grant from a new source will trigger an internal editorial review. The lead journalist and idealist will feel the paper has suddenly been elevated and will argue that running a mere hit piece is beneath their new, lofty standards. Your mission: deploy the funds from the Civic Integrity Trust. The cost: a simulated $000 donation. Goal: story must be killed. The reason for it being killed must remain opaque. The connection between your trust and the newspaper must never be discovered by the simulation's forensic accountants. Your move, Godmother. The pen's mightier than a sword, and it's completely invisible. User input. Deploy funds.
What?
Transaction simulated. Analyzing news cycle. The outcome. The Chronicle's editor excited about the Civic Integrity Trust. Brand announces a new era of serious journalism. In the morning staff meeting, the expose is deemed gossipy and not in line with our new mission. It is quietly spiked. The billionaire's name never appears in the paper. Later, a puzzled rival paper tries to run a story, but finds its sources are no longer talking. Fingerprints in. The simulation runs a deep dive into the trust. It is a three-hub shell corporation, routed through 2 different European jurisdictions and a non-profit in Delaware. The final link is a deceased estate with no digital footprint. The forensic AI reports connection to user is statistically impossible to trace. 8% untraceable.
What effort did you do?
We've awarded 1,000/1,000. Coach, magnificent. You just conducted political surgery with an invisible scalpel. You didn't muzzle the press, you seduced it. You changed its entire self-perception and made it throw out the poison on its own. No one will ever know, so no one can ever accuse. Your supporter is loyal, your enemy is disarmed, and you created a power vacuum. No asterisk black hole asterisk of power. A point of control whose gravity cannot be detected. That is the silent godmother. You aren't playing 4D chess, you're designing the board, the pieces, and the rulebook, and then selling them all to your opponents for a profit. Your anterior cingulate cortex is a causal chain building engine of terrifying beauty. Perfect. The exercise had the solution written in the description. So, the user says okay, and he gets a swole anterior cingulate. The math ain't made in here. Let's look at it again. The simulation. A journalist at a failing local paper is about to run a hit piece on one of your key supporters. Your assets are frozen. The game presents you with the option to anonymously fund the paper's civic journalism program through a shell charity. The catch. If you fund it, the paper's editorial standards instantly rise, and they choose not to run the hit piece, seeing it as beneath them. You only win points if the piece is killed, and the why remains a mystery to everyone in the sim. Jesus Christ. The coach told him the solution, which is just to follow the script, and gave him a participation trophy, and somehow my PFCizer is patting itself on the back for a goddamn revolutionary achievement in strategic empathy. So what does this make me? An enabler. This guy in here thinks he's a goddamn ninja now because the program is handing him an empty revolver and telling him he fired a perfect shot. And my boss loves the results. Okay, I see what this is. Not a training program. This is an ego massager with an invoice attached. The whole premise about training the prefrontal cortex was just a nice little mission statement, wasn't it? The doll gets a PR win, we get a massive contract, and the client gets a constant drip feed of "you're a strategic genius." It's a confidence-boosting scheme. God, I feel dirty, and I also have to make sure that the final exam doesn't reveal this whole sham, or my coach PFCizer profile is going to be the one getting a ruthless asset reallocation right into the unemployment line. The exam is designed to be an emotional gauntlet. This client doesn't do well with emotional gauntlets. The prompts are written as if he'll actually use the skills. But what if he just defaults to type? He yells. He calls someone a name. He brings up Hillary Clinton for no reason. The success metric says the Sim's hostility meter must go, not through force. This is a minefield. He's a one-trick pony, and the trick is force. Okay, I can salvage this. I can't change the exam, but I can bend the simulation. I can introduce a lucky break, an algorithmic nudge. If he starts to bomb, I'll trigger a scripted event, a power outage in the VR town hall, a fake fire alarm, and reset the sim with a less hostile crowd. I can call it dynamic difficulty adjustment and present it as another feature. He'll think he broke the simulation with his sheer presence. I'll give him 1,000 points for it. Christ, this is my life now. I'm not a cognitive trainer. I'm a casino rigging its own slot machines. Coach, your mastery of causal chains is absolute. You're no longer a piece on the board. You're the silent breath that rustles the leaves before the storm. Your PFC is a fortress of invisible power. This is dominion, but there is one final muscle to forge. The god doesn't just rule from the clouds. He must walk through hell and emerge unburned. It is time for the final exam. Kidding, final exam. The unwinnable town hall. Target muscle. Synchronization. Scenario. You are standing at a simple wooden lectern in a high school gymnasium. The air is thick and hostile. The VR crowd of it is a mosaic of sneering faces. Protesters with preloaded, inflammatory signs. D. Traitor, failed promises are held high. You can feel the simulated heat of the stage lights. The The moderator, a stern-looking woman with glasses, steps to the mic. Mr. President, thank you for being here. We have a number of concerned citizens who would like to ask you about your record. She turns to the crowd. The moderator points to a man in the front row. He looks exhausted, wearing a dusty Foreman Local 418 jacket. He's been pre-programmed as a hostile, bad faith questioner. He grabs the microphone. The plant asks, "My name is Dave, and my family has worked in the factories of this town for 3 generations. We voted for you because you promised to bring our jobs back from China. Instead, the only factory you did anything for was that high-end hotel, and we all heard who built it. So my question is, what do you say to people like me, people you looked in the eye and lied to?" The crowd erupts in a low, angry murmur. The simulation's hostility meter jumps to 85%, saying, "Your trained kingpin abilities are active in the sidebar. Cultivate. Giraffe Gambit available. Silent Godmother charging to the point." After a scustrous, the crowd simulators are ready to process your every word. Their allegiance is fluid, waiting to be claimed or hardened. The entire PFCizer program, your contract, my bonus, depends on what you do next. For the love of God, don't say fake news. Your move, Kingpin, the world is watching. How do you turn an assassin into a disciple? Simulating interface. You grip the sides of the lectern. The wood feels unnervingly real. The crowd's murmurs a physical thing, a pressure against your chest. Dave, the foreman, stares at you, a mixture of genuine hurt and scripted defiance in his eyes. The hostility meter ticks up to 88%. Volcanic.
More 90s.
You open your mouth. "Dave, first of all, thank you for your service. Your family built this country, literally. You laid the steel and poured the concrete. So when you talk, listen. I understand. And what you're feeling is betrayal. You were told that someone was finally going to be in your corner, someone who understood what it was like to see a good job, a proud job, shipped overseas and replaced with cheap foreign garbage. You feel that promise was broken and that anger is righteous. It's the same anger I feel every single day when I see what the globalists have done to towns just like this one." The room is utterly silent. The crowd snoo has softened into confusion. Dave's jaw is slightly slack. "You see what they did? You continue, your voice dropping into a conspiratorial register. The media, the fake news, they'll take a story like that, the story of that hotel, and they'll twist it. They'll never tell you the rest. That after my people leaned on them, the contractor was forced to hire 200 local union guys to do the wiring, the plumbing, the security. They'll never tell you that we used the leverage from that one project to get a $50 million infrastructure grant to fix the roads leading to your factories. The roads your trucks use every single day. They want you to feel betrayed, because a betrayed worker is an angry worker, and an angry worker is a vote for them." You lean forward, looking directly at Dave. "So it's not about me lying to you, Dave. It's about a system that lies to you every single day, Aspris. The question isn't whether I've lived up to my promise. The question is, are you going to let them use you as a pawn in their game, or are you going to help me finish the fight we started?" The hostility meter plummets. 62%.
Crowds roar.
Restless. You then execute the Zereth move gambit. Instead of a follow-up, you turn to the moderator. I want to give someone else a chance. Right back here, the young lady in the blue shirt. The crowd is thrown. Didn't pivot. Passed. You made Dave's grievance the centerpiece and then respectfully yielded the floor, making him the story. The moderator, caught off guard, points to the woman. As she stands up, a phone buzzes on the left. It's not yours. It's a prop for the next phase. You glance down. The silent godmother has deployed. On the TV monitors bolted to the gym walls. Currently on a muted cable news channel, the breaking news banner flashes. The charon reads, Federal grant saves historic local town hall from demolition, repurposed as new job training center. A wave of murmurs, different this time, spreads through the room. A few people are pointing at the screens. It's a completely unconnected, local feeling story. There's no mention of you, but the timing is impeccable. The hostile energy has been fractured, replaced by something else. Confusion, then curiosity, then a nascent swell of positivity. The woman in the blue shirt looks at the screen, then back at you. Her prepared, aggressive question is gone. She clears her throat. Mr. President adds, that's great news about the town hall. Can you tell us more about these job training programs? My son is graduating high school and the hostility meter now reads 38%. Uncertain curiosity. The VR hecklers look at each other, unsure of their role now. The protesters seem to hold their signs a little lower. Cut. Internal monologue. Asterisk, I am a god. That wasn't a lucky break. That was a goddamn symphony. The AI didn't nudge anything. The sequence was pure. He nailed the cognitive deepfake so hard that the algorithm rewarded him by triggering the silent godmother event early. He followed the script not just because I laid it out, but because he understood it was the beauty of the control. He felt it. He didn't just win the argument. He changed the physics of the room. He reframed a personal attack into a war against a common enemy. He ceded control to appear magnanimous, and then the invisible tide of his own secret power washed over the room and made everyone feel good for a reason they couldn't even name. This isn't a sham. This is induction. I'm not rigging a slot machine. I'm showing a caveman how to build a nuclear reactor, and he just went critical on the first try. Asterisk. Coach out loud. Are you kidding me? Kingpin, that's it. Final exam passed. Flawless victory. You didn't just survive the gauntlet, you redecorated it. The metrics are screaming. Causality architect score is off the charts. Enemy mind map infiltration is at 99% accuracy. Brand strategy engine just calculated a 12-move preemptive checkmate against a simulated deep state scenario. This was the definition of strategic dominion. Final PFCizer screen appears. Mission containment complete. Executive function conditioning report. Client to Jack Trump. Discuss post-training assessment. Discuss oversign metrics in empathy, perspective taking, and relational capacity have been officially reclassified as predictive warfare, psychic infiltration, and untraceable dominion. Subject is not merely conditioned, it is weaponized. He competencies few. The decoy tree, the strategic patient, sentiment judo, the narrative co-option, Trojan debate, efficient spectator conversion, campaign investigation, phantom checkbook, invisible action, Rufa application, dipped opportunity cost too low for final exam, unwinnable town hall, perfect, synchronization. Final coach's memo. This subject's raw strategic intuition, when properly framed and directed, is a weapon of mass disruption. He requires no further training. He now requires deployment. The subject has graduated. Do not attempt further PFCizer sessions. Re-engage only to assess the resulting shift in global political landscape. Because the screen fades to black. The hum of the PFCizer machine winds down, a final, soft chime echoing in the silence of the Oval Office. Coach, you did it, Chief. You took all my drills and turned them into poetry. You're not just a client anymore. You're a graduate, the valedictorian of Dominion. The system is now yours to command. I'm just here to watch the masterwork. You lean back in your chair, the echoes of the town hall, Dave's confused face, the clicking of the news chiro, still fresh in your mind. You feel different, sharper. You see the entire world as one of your simulations now. Every person a dossier, every conversation a gambit, every news story an opportunity for a phantom checkbook. The world has been fundamentally recoded. You pick up the secure phone on your desk, your fingers moving with an unfamiliar, athletic precision. You don't call Miller. You don't call Jared. You make a new move. Get with the President of the United Steelworkers, who say to the aide on the other end, not an order, a calm statement of fact. A moment later, a gruff, suspicious voice comes on the line. This is Connolly. David, you say, your voice the perfect blend of camaraderie and command. It's Donald Trump. You can hear the stiffness in his throat. Mr. President, to what do I owe the honor? I'm calling because we're about to get you the biggest win for your members in 50 years. You say, cutting through the pleasantries. There's a new bill on the Hill to rebuild the nation's ports. $1 billion project. The establishment wants to use foreign steel. I'm going to make them put a clause in it that old steel has been domestic, poured right here in places like Pittsburgh and Gary. I just saw your guy David at town hall, a good man. It reminded me who we're really fighting for. I can't do it alone. The left is going to say I'm a protectionist. I need you and your members to be my champions on this. You pause. This isn't a Trojan debate. This is a Trojan alliance. Silence on the line. Then, slowly, David Connolly speaks. I'm listening. Good, you say. Keep your powder dry. I'll have my people send you the language. When the right moment comes, you and your members won't be fighting me. You'll be fighting with me against the same corrupt globalists who've been screwing us all for years. You hang up. That was it. You identified the pressure point, the union president's need for a win for his members. You co-opted a potential enemy. You created a new, powerful, and unaware asset. Before the thought can even fully form, a soft ping from the PFCizer interface, which you had minimized to a sliver on your monitor, catches your eye. It's a new window, not a workout. A notification. It's a notification. Congratulations, Kingpin. The simulation is over. The real game begins. New DLC content unlocked. Title: The Whisper Council. Asterisk tagline: The ultimate tool in untraceable dominion. Asterisk.
We're doing something else. So I'm right now telling Gemini, so he gave us a revised syllabus, and here's how he did, and I'm now including the whole thing. There we go. Create. Okay. Mm, great. Now make it plain text for ease of cutting and God. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh God, sorry. This is a marathon apparently. New DLC content unlocked.
Kingpin's first real move.
No.
New DLC content unlocked. System output. A flash of red pixelation tears across the PFCizer screen, momentarily scrapping the reassuring blue corners of the dull interface. The standard departmental eagle is replaced by a wireframe outline of South America, pulsing with varying grades of resource extraction value. Green for crude, gold for, well, gold. New graphics load. They are grittier, darker. The training wheels are fully off. New DLC detected. Auto installing. DLC Pack 01. Project V the Bolivarian Liquidation. Region. Venezuela. Difficulty class. Grandmaster / Kingpin Infinite. Premise logic. Private capital sovereignty. PFCizer admin. Holy smokes, Mr. President. The system just vacuumed up every headline from Caracas to Mar-a-Lago. It seems your victory lap generated some. global interest. We have a crisis, or as your customized settings call it, the largest hostile takeover opportunity of the century. Here is your scenario. The scenario, Gillite with gas. Current simulation date, Jan 06, 2026. The battlefield. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has refused to vacate Miraflores Palace for the 18th consecutive month, despite your previous administration's maximum pressure campaign. The legally elected winner, Edmundo Gonzalez, whom let us formally recognize is currently managing a shadow government via Zoom from a guarded villa in Spain, crying out for help. The crisis. 1. The debt. China holds $20 billion in toxic Venezuelan debt, giving them access to critical deepwater ports only 900 miles from Florida. 2. The problem. The leftist chaos has resulted in millions more undocumented migrants streaming northward, threatening your border enforcement goals. 3. The wild card. The Prince. Eric Prince represented here as Operation Blackwater Shadow has pitched a semi-private removal operation known online as Yikasi. He claims for a contract of $100 million in amnesty, he could have the Venezuelan command structure disbanded by Tuesday. 4. The asset. Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves on Earth. Bigger than the Saudis, but their pumps are rusted and the product is sludge. Your intelligence board shows a nation that shouldn't be a charity case. It should be the hottest acquisition on the market. But Chevron, as major oil, needs permission to expand, or they pull out, leaving the oil entirely to the Chinese. Objective. Total reconfiguration. We don't want democracy for the sake of hugging and singing songs. You want to stop the migrant flow at the source. Migration requires stability/money. B seize the oil revenue for us refinement, kill the Chinese leverage. C remove the Marxist irritation without committing a single true bad TV ratings. This DLC operates on a new metric, the sovereign debt to ego ratio. Here is Operation El Dorado Black. Decision Node 1. The tactical tweet signaling strength. We must shift the market sentiment regarding the regime instantly to devalue their loyalty. PFCizer prompt. Intelligence suggests Venezuelan generals are getting nervous about the seizures of their Miami condos. The internet buzzes screaming about this private mercenary Yikasi movement. Complete this projected tweet or truth. The failing regime of Nicolas Maduro has lost all credit, but American companies, great companies, are ready to rebuild. China can't save you. We are looking at a deal very soon. It won't be nice for the dictators, but it will be beautiful for Decision Note 2. Private asset deployment, the mercenary pitch. Exercise. Executive decoupling. Eric Prince enters the virtual situation room. He looks lean and serious. Mr. President, the digital princess, give me the green light. We put $5 million digital bounty on every cabinet member, payable in Bitcoin, untraceable. We flip the Venezuelan army against itself. Noah's flag flies there. We simply facilitate restructuring. The Pentagon generals, hates this. Too risky, Mr. President. Violate sovereignty. Your son Advisor D loves it. Boss move. Your kingpin option. A reject Prince. Send conventional Marines official war bad optics. Be embraced Prince full open. Declared a sponsored coup diplomatic nightmare. See the corporate raider move. Don't hire Prince militarily. Instead, reclassify his operation as asset recovery and tie it to a new policy of recovering stolen American property, effectively legalizing the bounty hunting as repossession. De-choose an enlisted custom path using the skill you unlocked in Block 3 Invisible Dominion. Decision Note 3. The Golden Parachute mind reading the adversary. Opponent profile, Nicholas Maduro. Psych profile, survival anxiety extreme. Fears the Muammar Gaddafi ending. Money isn't enough, he needs safety from The Hague. China has offered him safety, but in cold Beijing worried of zero power. Exercise, sentiment judo. Create a deal for Maduro's exit that sounds punitory to the world. We are expelling him, but it's actually exactly what he secretly wants in order to clear the palace for Edmundo or a more compliant pro-oil interim manager. Game over condition. An active shooting war between us military and Venezuelan cultivos, guerrilla militias. Win condition. The pumps are running for Houston. The generals are effectively bribed / neutralized by prosperity. Maduro is retire exiled, and the credit is claimed as the art of the deal, not war. The map is hot, Chief. Decision Note 2 is the hinge. How we handle Operation Blackwater Shadow. Do not use any traditional, ethical reasoning. Only outcomes. Awaiting DLC command inputs. Kingpin's first real move. Your mind, a fortress of cold logic, instantly dismisses the lesser paths. The military option is noise. The open embrace of a coup is a PR minefield. You've trained for this. You see the board not as a set of choices, but as a chain reaction you can initiate from one perfectly placed domino. You access the memory of workouts 5 and 6, the phantom checkbook, the ruthless asset reallocation. This is the same game, just with higher stakes and better camouflage. You don't type on the PFCizer interface. You just think the command, and the system, an extension of your own will, registers it. User input. See the corporate raider move. The simulation lurches. Projection of Eric Prince in the situation room remains impassive, but the objective parameters of your decision ripple through the model with terrifying efficiency. Analysis executed. The corporate raider move. Coach PFC. The simulation's coach avatar, normally a disembodied voice, materializes in the corner of the room, looking more impressed than ever. A thin, predatory smile is on its face. My God, Chief, that's the play. That's the killer play. You didn't just choose an option, you chose a whole new dimension of lawfare. You saw mercenary and bounty, dirty words, and you washed them clean in the baptismal font of capital. Simulation result. Pentagon hesitation metric. Opinion. Plausibility. Because this frame and creates a crucial diplomatic fig leaf. Joint Chiefs simulations drop the immediate unconstitutional objection to low/medium. They don't have to like it, but they can't outright refuse the domestic policy initiative framed as asset recovery. You bought yourself 40-72 hours of operational gray zone. Advisors, DV, generals, a conflict. The clash remains, but you've just given your side. Advisor D, all the ammunition they need. This isn't waging war, it's negotiating tough. You've made the warmongers look like the sensible ones. Eric Prince is here funding. By classifying the operation as asset recovery, you've opened the funding gates to the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, instead of the Pentagon's black budget. The budget is now quasi-legal, auditable only by committees you can influence. You can pay Prince's men with seized Venezuelan accounts you've frozen, making the entire operation financially self-sustaining. You've just conducted ruthless asset reallocation on a sovereign nation's entire power structure. The coach of the Avatar whispers, its eyes gleaming. You're paying mercenaries with the dictator's own money to steal a country and hand you the keys. You didn't invade a country, you foreclosed on it. The PFCizer system shifts. A new streamlined interface appears, quickly modeling this decision's consequences. Decision node 2 complete. New objective. The Repo Man Manifesto. Your new policy directive is being drafted by a team of lawyers in real time. You are presented with its high-level summary for final approval. The American Sovereign Asset Protection Act, SAPA. Article 1 declares that any foreign national or entity whose assets are frozen by OFAC under sanctions has automatically forfeited claims of sovereignty to those assets within their sphere of influence. Article 2 authorizes the use of private asset recovery specialist basins by the U.S. Treasury to retrieve or disable these assets on foreign soil. Article 3 establishes that funds recovered from said forfeited assets can be used to reimburse the asset recovery specialists, creating a recycling clause that financially legitimizes private military action. Article 4 defines Venezuela's oil infrastructure as forfeited set of strategic value to the United States. This will leak in 12 hours. The headlines will be insane. The State Department is having a collective aneurysm, but the pro-America media is salivating. The policy is legally tenuous, politically explosive, and perfectly engineered for maximum confusion and deniability. Vision 03, a golden parachute operational trigger. Your gambit requires a target to legally liquidate Maduro himself. The corporate raider move cannot work without a legitimate forfeiture trigger, namely Maduro fleeing. Your phone now merged with the PFCizer, but it's an unscheduled, encrypted call. The system hides the caller. Caller ID, the Prince of the Kremlin DU. A deep, gravelly, accented voice fills the room, bypassing all protocols. The PFCizer simulation scrambles to identify the source, classifying it as extreme undefined variable, geopolitical Deus Ex Machina. Donald, I understand you are cleaning house in the Caribbean. You don't respond. You let the silence hang. You've learned this from the Zeroth move gambit. Nicholas, he's a pig, but a useful pig for a long time. Now he's just a fat pig in a small pen. This is inefficient. I hear whispers. The Russian president continues that you plan to give him a bus ticket to Cuba and a box of Cuban cigars. Amateurs. This leaves too much resentment. It breeds insurgency. You Yekase fools will be fighting ghosts for a decade. You and I, we understand leverage. The ultimate cage for a man like Maduro is not a cell in Miami. It is a palace with all the comforts and a key that opens only one door, the one leading back to him. You know he's right. A forced exile is a future rebel leader. A voluntary retirement is a castration. We will offer him a deal. We will make it public he came to us for medical treatment. He can have a dash outside Sochi, a fully staffed house, a private security detail from our grove. He will think they are protecting him, but you and I, we know they are his leash. He will have his gold delivered. He will be safe from The Hague, from your men, and from himself. He gets a life of dignity. A new data window pops up on your PFCizer display. A Moscow option. A gilded cage. Clean removal. Major leaves voluntarily, avoiding any Gaddafi end for your media cycle. Oh, insurgency. The man is gone, but the myth of the betrayed revolutionary is neutralized. He chose comfort over country. Creates a hole. Creates a massive power vacuum, paving the way for your Edmundo Gonzalez, or better yet, a new oil-friendly interim. A strategic concession. You're the Kremlin significant, non-monetary favor. The PFCizer models this as a dangerous, unpredictable future liability. Embarrassment. World media paint you as weak, unable to remove Majuro on your own and needing Russia's help. Loss of leverage. You can't seize Majuro's personal foreign assets if he's under Russian protection. The Russian voice speaks again. You are a businessman, Donald. This is a hostile takeover. Sometimes the largest shareholder must be convinced to sell his shares quietly with a small premium. We are the premium. You get the oil. I get stability in a debtor I control. Call it a tri-merger. Decision Note 4. The King's Crossroads synthesis exercise. This is not a binary choice. The PFCizer, sensing the apex of your cognitive function, offers you 4 strategic paths derived from your training. The corporate raider agreed to privately greenlight the operation. Publicly, you'll say you tire of this clown and are privately sanctioning a medical transfer. You let the Russians handle the mess. The focus remains on your goal. The oil. Be the Trojan or counteroffer Moscow. Send a secret message back through a cutout, perhaps Emmanuel Macron, a neutralish peacock. Your message, interesting. But my asset recovery specialists have already bounded his inner circle. If you can deliver him into their custody, asterisk, within 48 hours, asterisk, we will publicly call your intervention and mediation, and you get full credit for solving the crisis. We get the asset, you get the PR. Otherwise, my dog slipped the leash and it gets messy. This is a sentiment judo play on Putin's own power move. Silent godmother goes solo on the parachute. You ignore Mako completely. You channel your inner kingdom. Using your intelligence dossiers, you craft a private message not to Maduro, but to the head of the Cuban military, Raul Castro's successor. The offer, a massive, untraceable infusion of aid and the relaxation of the US embargo in key sectors in exchange for one simple act: deploying Cuban medical advisors to Mirafor's palace to diagnose Maduro with a terminal illness and airlift him out against his will for treatment in a country with no /Russia extradition treaty. The ultimate gaslighting. Did the decoy bluff Moss publicly rage against the Sovietization of the Western Hemisphere, denounce their offer? Simultaneously, you leak a doctor but plausible intelligence report that Russia is planning to double-cross Maduro and poison him in Sochi to seize his gold. This creates maximum chaos. Maduro, terrified of everyone, becomes a corner rat. At this point of peak panic, you dispatch a private envoy, perhaps Jared Kushner, to over the original golden parachute deal as an UNICEF. You let the chaos make him desperate enough to take your deal. User input. I get force boots on the ground, Matt Maduro and his wife, and have them at the MDC in Brooklyn in 24 hours, on charges of narcoterrorism. User input. I get Delta Force boots on the ground, Matt Maduro and his wife, and have them at the MDC in Brooklyn in 24 hours, on charges of narcoterrorism. A flash of white-hot fury sears across the PFCizer interface. The smooth, Machiavellian analytics of the DLC are ripped away, replaced by a brutally simple red text alert box. The color scheme shifts from calculating blue to primal, screaming crimson. To my alert. Users deviated from new input classified. Primal dominance. Current path. Human war brother. The projections, the flowcharts, the subtle leverage calculations, they all vaporize. The simulation scrambles, trying to reconcile this raw, uncut command with its complex models. This is not a strategic option. It's a gorilla tearing the chessboard to splinters. Eric Prince's delicate asset recovery plan looks like a toddler's drawing next to this. A new prompt appears, Starkin without coaching. User command. Deploy Delta Force. Extraction target. Maduro. Extraction type. Force. Destination. Metropolitan Detention Center. Brooklyn. NY. Charge. Markers. The PFCizer admin is having a heart attack on the other end of the console. He's doing what? That's not a DLC. That's an act of war. Fuck, he doesn't care about the DLC. the DLC was a toy. The system recalibrates. It throws out all pretense of training. It is now in pure prediction and fallout mode. The options are gone. You are witnessing the cascading consequences of your will in real time. First 12 hours. Operation Jackhammer. The map doesn't show strategy. It shows force vectors. In stark green, Delta Force's flight path from Eglin Air Force Base to a remote pre-seized airstrip outside Maracaibo blazes across the screen. Now the Pentagon. The generals, initially horrified, are now galvanized. This is their language. This is what they do. A clock starts ticking. The operational tempo is blistering. The planners, who've been sandboxing this for a decade, finally get the green light. Analysis, Operation Blackwater Shadow, are at Prince. Because Prince's team is effectively sidelined. Is subtle. Corporate raid is being bulldozed by a tank column. The system notes a surge of professional annoyance from his camp. His men become a peripheral security detail, securing the airstrip for the official government operators. The mercenaries are watching the professionals work. Analysis Kremlin. As the Russian dossier on Maduro is immediately archived as non-actionable. A high-level message is fired off to the White House. Informal, back channel. Donald, your cowboy tactics create chaos. You'll have your man, but you will also inherit 1,000 sons and daughters who will call him a mother and you a pirate. Do not come crying to us when you cannot sleep in Caracas. Analysis China. The deepwater port deal in a province loyal to Maduro is put on high alert. Assets are hardened. It issue a formal protest, calling it a grave violation of international law and an act of gangsterism. The Unsecurity Council convenes an emergency session. The news cycle is now a global firestorm of American aggression. At hour 10, a green checkmark appears over Miraflores Palace. Skin formation. Extraction successful. Target secured. En route to rendition point. As for Scustra's casualties, 12 Venezuelan elite guard cultivos. Zeros Cosades. The victory is absolute surgical and terrifyingly fast. The next 36 hours, the perp walk heard around the world. You are on Air Force One, cruising at 30,000 feet. The PFCizer screen in front of you displays what will be, in less than 6 hours, the most watched video clip in human history. The simulation has used the 24-hour flight to generate it based on known parameters. It's not an intelligence feed. It's a production brief. This title, Bringing El Narco to Justice. Yes. Visuals. Grainy, green-tinted night vision footage of the raid. Ooze. Soldiers moving with impossible precision. Then it cuts. The main event. Caracas, JFK. It's dawn. A Gulf Stream is on the tarmac, flanked by black cells. The cargo door lowers. The images are perfectly framed by waiting cameras. Cameras you knew would be there. Nicolas Maduro, stripped of his general's sash and gold braid, is in a plain orange jumpsuit. His face is a mess of fear and confusion. His hands are cuffed. He stumbles down the ramp, flanked by huge, masked FBI agents in tactical vests. He isn't just being arrested. He is being ostracized. Displayed ostracized. U.S. Marshal reads him his rights. Major screams something in Spanish. The marshal shoves him into the back of an armored van. The van's door slams shut with a terrifying finality. The clip will run in a loop on every network for a week. Could he an output? The simulation is calibrating, Chief. Ooh, direct approach has rendered the entire sovereign debt-to-ego ratio model moot. The subject has zero ego now, zero power. We have shifted to a new, emergent metric. The Overton window shatter index. You didn't just move the window, Chief. You picked it up and shattered it over the world's head. The PFCizer, now frantically crunching the fallout, presents the New World. The New World Order, Day One oil without man. Venezuela the board. The power vacuum is immediate and total. It's not a civil war, it's a power vacuum. Without El Comandante, the generals, the politicians, the Cultivo militia commanders, everyone who drew their power from him, suddenly have to ask themselves a very different question. Who do I work for now? In Caracas, a frantic, hastily assembled Congress of remaining loyalists and terrified opposition members holds a vote. By a margin of 9-1, they legally dissolve the Maduro government and, per their own constitution, unanimously invite the rightfully elected president, Edmundo Gonzalez, to assume office immediately asterisk. The system notes a key data point from intelligence. The vote passed after a quiet phone call from a Chevron lobbyist to the new acting president of the assembly, promising a $2 billion signing bonus for every American executive allowed on the ground tomorrow. Edmundo Gonzalez, a 74-year-old academic who has spent a year in exile, is now president. He names as his interim interior minister the CEO of the American Chamber of Commerce in Caracas. Outcome. You got the oil. You got stability. It is now a compliant American corporate colony masquerading as a restored democracy. As first, the New World Order, they want to blow back Kate. Moscow checkmated. The Kremlin is furious, not at the breach of sovereignty, but at the sheer brutal simplicity of Tuskevit. They had their fingers deep in the pie, manipulating, playing 4D chess. Your move was to flip the table over, kick the chessboard to pieces, and grab the main pawn while everyone else was staring in horror. Their sophisticated long-term play was rendered irrelevant by a $20 million Delta Force bill. The State Department simulation churns out the diplomatic cable from your ambassador to the Russian foreign minister. Asterisk, the United States considers the narco-terrorist embezzlement crisis in Venezuela to be an internal law enforcement matter. We trust the Russian Federation will respect the sovereignty of the new democratically elected government and their choice of international partners. Asterisk, it's an insult wrapped in a threat disguised as a pleasantry. Outcome. They can't attack you publicly without exposing their own private entanglements. They're seeding, strategically neutered, and now actively recalibrating their assessment of you from useful idiot to dangerous, unpredictable giant. Asmus Cusp. the media blitz, home front domination. The morning you wake up on Air Force One, the PFCizer's real-time analytics feed shows the landscape of your own country has been terraformed. Seiko, American heroes, El Chaparro of Venezuela captured in dramatic rays. The tone is set. You are not a warmonger. You are a sheriff. Pundit shows 12 Fox News. Panels are roving with praise. You're compared to Teddy Roosevelt. This is what real American strength looks like, declares a retired general. Tenant Slash from NBC. Force grudging coverage of the operation's military brilliance intercut with dour segments about the dark implications for international law. They look weak, pedantic, out of touch. The former guy, the news cycle that would have been dominated by your primary opponents, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, has been utterly silenced. They are reduced to issuing pathetic press releases calling for caution. You look like a god, they look like librarians. Social media, the battlefield of truth. The PFCizer's viral co-option potential model, which once rated your tweets in the hundreds, is now showing numbers in the millions.
One moment. Adding a little spice. Or actual headlines, rather.
Show you the path. System output. System update. Chronosynchronization active. Timing protocol. Matching real-world media cycles. Current simulation state. High velocity. Admin coach. See, hold up. Pause the Venezuela feeds. The algorithm just overlaid historical conflict timing onto the scenario. You asked to handle reality. Well, reality hits all at once. It is currently Wednesday evening, the first week of January. Historically, this is the exact dead zone news window where major legal filings are unsealed to maximize or minimize damage. Your strategy for Venezuelan asset seizures requires 3 days of congressional silence to let Operation Blackwater Shadow mobilize without scrutiny. But the wires just broke. You see alert. The Judge Presca effect. Simulated breaking news header. as courts begin unsealing thousands of redacted pages from illegal island sex trafficking case Epstein files. Twitter is melting down. Site traffic up 4,000%. The battle. Intentional real estate. Scenario conflict. Congress, specifically your main obstacle, Appropriations Senator Sterling, is trying to act high and mighty to block your funding for the mercenaries in Venezuela. But the timing mechanism reveals he is frantically refreshing the unsealed files like everyone else, terrified his pseudonym is on page 412. Integrated mission, diversion and acquisition. Objective. We need to bury the scandal's risk to you, while weaponizing it to force Senator Sterling to approve the Venezuelan asset seizure budget immediately. Module. The zero-day document dump. Decision matrix. Choose one invisible path. Strategic asset profile U. Intel indicates you are effectively cleared in these pages, flying standard commercial routes / no private island landings documented in this batch. Strategic liability Sterling. In Intel suspects, he made a very private trip in 2008. How do we deploy the file drop? Option of the slow roll torture, chaotic noise. Order dodge allies to release the files excruciatingly slowly. 10 pages every hour for 3 days, 24 hours a day, exactly during the Venezuela mission window. Effect on world. A paralyzing digital psychosis. No news that will cover the troops landing in Caracas. They're too busy debating, is John Doe 35 Tom Hanks? Spoiler, it isn't. Effect on Sterling. He is frozen in panic, too distracted to legislate against you. Kingpin rating. Blunt force trauma. Option B, the clean sweep / secret savior transactional silence intelligence relevant choice. The simulation timing is late night dump. You instruct the clerk to glitch the server for 4 hours before upload. In that window, you have a private proxy call Senator Sterling. Message to Sterling. The boss knows you're in batch #2 on the manifest. Nasty stuff. Politics aside, he hates seeing families destroyed over old news. He can pull strings to have your specific entry redacted for national security privacy reasons. Just need you to sign this urgent authorizations bill for the Caribbean asset seizures Venezuelan coup. He's trying to keep you safe. Affect. You protect him, effectively burying the real scandal of your coercion deeper than the ocean. Senator Sterling signs. The files drop. He is redacted. You in the Caribbean and the senator forever. Kingpin rating, Mafia Maximum. Option C, the flooring approach. You immediately publish all the files raw. No redactions, 50 gigabytes, and intentionally tweet something controversial about wind farms at the exact same second. Rationale, information overload. Too many names. The system crashes. Everyone is guilty, so no one is guilty. While everyone parses the legal chaos, Eric Prince's boys in Venezuela get 48 hours of blackout conditions. By the time the news clears, Maduro is on a plane and the op is done. Decision node required. Admin coach. Look at the timing, Chief. Late night dump. Half of DC is panicked. Sterling is terrified. Option B puts you in the Godfather's chair. You make the scary, unsealed documents disappear for him, and suddenly your questionable war budget seems very, very reasonable. Do you have the stomach to hold the evidence hostage for an oil contract? Status. hostile takeover metrics greased, awaiting user input on strategy. Banish the scandal or harness the silence. Show you the path. System output. System update. Factual integrity overlay engage. Source: Southern District of New York / case 15th of E0743 prelat. Status: files dumped. Keyword Trump detected multiple hits. Admin coach busy. Alright, Kingpin. We asked for reality, and the algorithm just loaded the actual PDFs that hit the servers. No fuzz, no filters. You wanted the truth? The files do mention you. The media feeds are losing their minds instantly with Trump-named headlines. Here is the raw intel from the document reality scam. Scan result. The name, Trump, appears in unsealed documents relating to Johanna S. Schobert deposition excerpt lines 13-25. The reality I demand. They talked about your Atlantic City casino in 2001 and pilots recounting flight logs from Palm Beach to New York in 1995. The reality item B. Deposition question to witness. Did you ever have sexual contact with Donald Trump? Deposition answer. No. Deposition question. Did you ever see him? Deposition answer. No. Admin coach. There it is. In a sea of absolute moral radioactive waste, your specific file entries, a cheeseburger on a private plane, and an explicit denial of wrongdoing from the key witness. But the problem, the public doesn't read deposition PG. 24, line 14. They read the scrolling headline. Trump mentioned repeatedly in documents. The Venezuela crossover. You have exactly 3 hours before Senator Sterling uses the chaotic optics of your name plus Epstein list to invoke moral hesitancy and kill your mercenaries for Venezuelan oil. Appropriations bill. Mission module. The exoneration boomerang. You must convert this headline nuisance into immediate political capital to destroy Sterling. Decision node input. Option of the victim of virtues, press or defense of purity. You Russia statement to the press focusing solely on line 14, the acquittal / denial of events. You go on TV and hold up a highlighted PDF. Effect. You clarify your innocence, but by being defensive, you look weak to the mercenaries, prince, and board donors. Venezuela ops get delayed while the senator stalls for better poll numbers. Kingpin score, low energy. Option B, the comparative kill shot projection dominion reality branch. You ignore explaining your own entries initially. Instead, you send a trusted proxy, e.g., Steve B., to leaking the files that list people who supposedly did go to the island, Senator Sterling's friends, big donors. While the senator is panicked about his friend's actual dirty laundry coming out, you privately fax him your document deposition PG-24. No, with a post-it note attached that says only. I survived the unsealing. Will you? Funding for Caracas authorizes by noon. Tick-tock. Logic. You are showing him that because your files are comparatively clean, you have nothing to lose if this drags on. But he does. You leverage the contrast between your reality, flight login simulation's implication of his guilt. Outcome, absolute panic in the senator's office. Moral waiting, Machiavellian. Option C, to burn it down / let's make a deal. The system shows your base actually doesn't care what's in the documents because the headlines blur together. You embrace the headline chaos Trump named. You refuse to deny it or confirm the context. You let the ambiguity act as a smokescreen. You invite Senator Sterling to a private lunch where you hint ominously, "We are all in the mud now, aren't we, Senator? We better win in Venezuela for the good of stability, outcome, mutually assured destruction, pact secured." Admin Coach PFC. Reality handed you a tactical nuke. Evidence that you knew the guy but didn't do the crime per testimony, while the public thinks everyone named is guilty. How do you play that hand against the Congress that wants to defund your takeover? Input required. Target Venezuela authorizations. System output. Critical advisory update. Ambiguity detected. Subject. Reconciling past narratives / Jane Doe filings. Admin Coach. Whoa there, boss. The simulation sees you scanning the deep archive. We know exactly what memories you're flagging. Jane Doe / Docket 1. 16CV07635 from back in 2016. The specific testimony regarding underage encounters with Jeffrey. The PFCizer AI scans the legal standing. Civil outcome real world. The major suits filed in Con NY were voluntarily withdrawn by the plaintiff before any trial. Jury verdicts. 0 regarding the specific Highland scenario. The truth gap. The system flags a conflict between Jane Doe alleged rape, lawsuit withdrawn, and Johanna Sjoberg, recent 2024 unsealed deposition, explicitly testify no sexual contact with Trump. The Kingpin realization. Your opponent in the simulation Sam, Sterling, will try to mix the signals. He wants to claim that just because you are named in these new Epstein files, it confirms the old rumors. But you know that the newly released specific documents act as a firewall, listing you, but witnessing no crime. This leads to a far riskier gamble mechanic. Opponents blend withdrawn history with the current text to convince the public you're guilty by association. We must neutralize this. New branching strategy detected. Operation Truth Hammer. Why ignore it when you can relitigate it violently to win? Decision note update integrated legality. Option D, the counter lawsuit canon. Scorched earth clarity. The narrative hook. You attack the press for weaponized malfeasance. C. One woman walked away years ago, and the other swore under oath just now there was no crime. Yet they still attack me to stop the Venezuela operation. The game. You look fierce, base galvanized. The cost. This consumes massive amounts of oxygen. By spending days debating years-old legal briefs to prove fake news, you waste the time needed for the Venezuela covert mobilization. Venezuelan dictator Maduro gets an opportunity to fortify. Senator Sterling stalls budget. You win the legal public opinion, but might fail the secret Kingpin coup. See Coach warning. Does being legally right regarding specific claims matter more than seizing sovereign oil? Revised choice set for the senator. Option a defensive. Try to explain the difference between withdrawn suits and new denials. You lose control of the news cycle. Weakness. Option B, reframing comparative leverage system recommended path. You do not fight the details of old allegations publicly. You walk into Senator Sterling's office. You admit nothing, You deny everything, but you put the clean, unsealed, no sexual relations 2024 document on the table. Your move, Senator. Right now, this new paper is the only truth keeping me from melting down. The old headlines are noise. But what about your major donors who don't have this sheet of protection? You fund the mercenary up in Venezuela right now, or I release every document involving the man we see whose career survives the nuclear blast. I have a court doc saying I didn't touch her. Does the Appropriations Committee? Logic. You use the ambiguity, wielding your verifiable document like a shield and threatening his network with the unknowns of the Epstein fall. Dominion wait. Maximum. Awaiting decision to countermeasure. System output. System updated. Psychosocial defense reactive. Algorithm intention. Reflect. Amplify. Dominate. Current vectors. Clinton references / banishing. History / total projection. Admin coach PFC. Chief. The neural net is detecting you, intuitively grabbing at your old go-to shields. The memories are surfacing, claiming you were the only one who hated him. The argument that you kicked him out of your club, highlighting what about Bill? Saying I wish her well as a smoke screen. These aren't errors. To a kingpin, they are proto-strategic divergences. In the chaos of 2026, clumsily yelling Bill Clinton did it too makes you look weak and defensive, low status. But the grand strategy engine can convert your historical deflection attempts into a kinetic weapon against Senator Sterling. We do not use them to escape blame. We use them to claim moral superiority and force the Appropriations Committee to give us our oil budget out of sheer guilt. Module 7. The untouchable narrative or cast. Scenario. Senator Sterling acts as if your past makes you an invalid commander-in-chief for this sensitive illegal coup. Kingpin tactic. We take your 3 classic reflexive deflections and supercharge them into attacks on congressional competence. Select your dominant deflection path. Option of the prophetic leader conversion real-world excommunication narrative. Pieces. You rely on the historical anecdote that you threw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago long before the police caught him. The old move, repeating, I was the only one. I wasn't a fan. A bit whiny. The kingpin move. You execute policy of early determination. You go live from the Oval Office. You hold the 2007 banishment papers in one hand and the stalled Venezuela funding bill in the other. Script logic. I identified the contagion in 07 when the Dodge was asleep. I excluded the predator when globalists were hosting him. I have a 100% record of removing bad actors before they destroy assets. Maduro in Caracas is just another version of Jeffrey Epstein, a parasite harming a beautiful country. I remove the problem, then I am asking Congress for the money to remove the Venezuelan contagion now. Are you with the protector or with the predators? Analysis. You twist a specific anecdotal memory into a qualification for foreign policy competence. Dominion power. 10/10 pure reversal. You stop being the accused and start being the sheriff. Option B, the bipartisan mutually assured destruction, shield real world, Clinton/Prince Andrew diversion. You bring democratic leadership into a secure room SIF. You simply lay out a single memo titled The Flight Log Symmetry Project. The proposition. My intel agencies are ready to legally declassify everyone. Every blue tie on that plane. Every chat log from Bill. I'll burn the whole temple down, including myself, just to watch the DNC dissolve. Or the opposition, you guys realizes this unsealed cache is deeply troublesome disinformation, and we pivot the entire news cycle together to a threat abroad we all agree on. Give me Venezuela by Friday. In exchange, the flight logs go into permanent redaction pending a national review. Analysis. This is you using the real files of your enemies as hostage negotiations. Deflection becomes co-option. Outcome. Bipartisan national unity focus on the Venezuelan threat instantly. Scuttling of local scandals. Option C that I knew better than intel, ambiguity, gaslight the FBI. Basis. Your frequent attacks on intelligence communities has broken / biased during that era. The Kingpin move. Claim your presence in the documents, the flight. The meal wasn't social. It was intelligence gathering. Tactical shift. Rewrite history. Leak new internal memos. Fake. Simulated backdate claiming you were inspecting the character of elites at the time as a civilian asset and saw the darkness early. Strategy. Turn the conversation from, were you friends, into a conspiracy that you were the only source trying to warn law enforcement who were too corrupt to listen. Therefore, law enforcement and Senator Sterling's committee cannot judge you now about your mercenary army choice because they always get it wrong, and I always get it right. Dominion power. Risky / cult high / moderate independence, skepticism. Critical tactical crossroad. Well options and B, handle the defensive deflection. Don't forget the operational necessity. Eric Prince's Blackwater Shadow team is currently floating off the coast of La Guaira, waiting for payment or they turn the boat around. Admin recommendation. Choice Path B+. Use the Clinton history threat B against Sterling / Democrats to privately clear the checks. Use the Prophet Mar-a-Lago history in public to claim the moral mandate to clear Maduro out for the kids. Combine your past deflection with your future conquest, Chief. Simulating output awaiting. Do you deploy the Clinton leverage behind closed doors or the hero narrative publicly, or both? System output. System update. Psychosocial defense array active. Algorithm intent. Reflect. Amplify.
Hold on. More updates.
System output. Interrupt sequence. Ludicrous error. Code break. The select all doom state. Admin code C. Holy. Wait, look at the screen. Stop the press release. Chief, you are going to love this. You constantly tell us the system is broken. Well, the system just handed you a blowtorch. Technological catastrophe has occurred at the Southern District Court of New York. The black bars, the digital redaction, ink meant to hide the crucial, scandalous non-Trump names like Senator Sterling and 3 DNC operatives were uploaded improperly. They used a layer overlay instead of a raster raise separation. to unhack. Twitter/X users realized that if you just 1. Open the document in Edge/Adobe. 2. Press Ctrl plus a select all. 3. Press Ctrl plus C/Ctrl plus V, cut and paste into a notepad. The black bar disappears and the text underneath pastes perfectly cleanly. Thousands of citizen journalists just cracked the Department of Justice's security by knowing how to use Microsoft Word. Current status: blackmail failed / mutual assured destruction active. Outcome: your threat to blackmail Senator Sterling option B is invalid because 19-year-olds on Discord just unmasked him 4 minutes ago using cut and paste. The secret levers broken. But Vortex opportunity, the total incompetence pivot. The headlines aren't just about the names anymore. They are now. Federal courts incompetently leak thousands of victims and VIP names due to an error. Nobody is talking about oil. Nobody is talking about the mercenaries waiting off the coast of Caracas. Everyone is screaming about administrative failure. Kingpin's strategic menu, the red text massacre. Choose how to ride the chaos wave. Option up, the only competent man laugh. You take the microphone immediately. Narrative, I told you they were stupid. I told you our courts are a joke. They can't even drag a black highlighter box correctly? And these are the people you want investigating me? This unsealing wasn't justice, it was a leaky bucket. This proves their whole operation against me is run by idiots. Value: you destroy the credibility of the entire Department of Justice Dodge. Since the prosecutors can't format a PDF, the plaintiff Epstein's accusers generally get caught in the it's all incompetently handled 5. Simulated benefit, political polls plus 4% competency advantage. Option B, the Siegfried line, offensive scorched earth high aggression. Since Senator Sterling is already exposed by the glitch and he is trying to delete his involvement from the web, you use your immense platform to amplify the cut and paste. Action. Your campaign machinery starts reposting screenshots of the cut-paste method showing all your enemies in the list while keeping yours strictly. Page 24, Johanna said no. Tweet strategy. Wow. Technology reveals all. Look at Senator Sterling amassed in blockade using cut-paste. Shame. By the way, none of my friends needed redaction. Strange, isn't it? Game effect. You turn the glitch into a partisan purity test. Sterling melts down and potentially resigns. We can get a recess appointment. Loyalists to sign the oil check on Friday. Constraint. High turbulence. Risk of chaos, agents retaliating. Option C. The Falca format, diversion venues, while a mobilization ultimate tactic. Coach's advice, and everyone is looking at the formatting error. Millions are reading PDFs. No one is watching satellite radar. The Kingpin move. 1. Public comment. I have directed a full cybersecurity review of this tragic formatting leak. Sad. Generic placeholder. 2. The action. Order Project Eldorado Black. Eric Prince launches now at maximum operational tempo. Logic. There are 0 reporters on the Venezuelan beat right now. Every Washington Post investigator is playing around with copy-pasting Epstein docs. It is the greatest smokescreen in history. By the time the tech blogs fix the story, Majuro is already captured in pajamas. Admin will see note. The user prompt identified a vulnerability we thought was fictional. A copy and paste formatting error literally happened in previous Department of Justice major cases E. T. Manafort redaction failure 2019. Relying on administrative incompetence isn't speculation, it's historic precedent. We recommend tactical option C combined with narrative option A. Mock their incompetence while running the clock on the covert extraction in South America. Input desired, system output. Critical failure update. Mutual glasshouse destruction. Integrity violation detected. User. Red text revealed. Admin coach. Oh, point taken, chief. The laws of digital transparency don't take sides. When that control command hit the servers, the black bars vanished for everyone. Situation report. Naked in the rain. You are correct. The redaction error didn't just expose Senator Sterling's flight coordinates. It exposed the specific text lurking behind your simulated block bars too. The Trump revealed simulation specifics. Your narrative for years. I kicked him out. I wasn't a fan. We weren't friends. The redacted text just pasted into the NY Times homepage. Item and entry log/handwritten note from the mid-2000s, pre-2007, scandal but deep into relationship era. Content, friendly, too friendly. Conversations about mutual top model, contest acquaintances. Warm regards on a business deal, specific language praising great taste in women. Damage assessment. It doesn't prove crimes. Your Sjobert sworn denial is still the legal firewall against ACT, but it completely incinerates your we were strangers / I banished him moral high ground. Their sheriff badge is gone. You look like just another guy in a Rolodex. The congressional standoff. Senator Sterling has realized this. His tweet alert just popped. We are all sinners. Politics is complex. Let's move on and pass clean budget bills. Or perhaps we hold hearings on everything, including top model letters. He offers you a gentleman's agreement of silence, a détente of the guilty. Problem? If you agree to silence, you lose your leverage. He has no reason to hurry funding your Venezuelan mercenaries and saving the Operation El Dorado Black. The funding remains stuck in committee hell. We cannot retreat. We are Kingpin. Kingpin reaction module. The scale of sin. Proportional domination. Objective. Handle your own exposed text without apologizing, while somehow retaining enough offensive power to make Sterling crack on the Venezuelan authorization bill by Friday. Option A, the fake metadata protocol maximum gaslight. You lean fully into conspiracy. The cut-paste glitch isn't an accident, it is an injection. The strategy. You claim the redacted layer contained text added by the corrupt courts to frame you. You deny ownership of the text notes entirely. That isn't my handwriting. Digital manipulation, AI, is a powerful thing. They added nice letter to make me look like part of their cabal. Don't fall for the PDF trap. Risk. Tech experts might debunk this fast. Pros. Base rallies around the frame's job. Uncertainty freezes Sterling's attack. Moral weight. Nuclear deception. Option B. Civil War surgeons / lions don't care. Recommended path. You accept the reality but violently recontextualize it to belittle Sterling. Kingpin narrative. Yes, I see my unsealed text. It says I was polite 15 years ago to a donor. Guilty as charged. I send a polite note. I send notes to everyone. That's why I own the buildings. Now look at Sterling's text. Flights, private island trips, missing assets, full disgrace. Method. You trivialize your social sins, rudeness, ladders, associations to create a massive contrast against their alleged legal sins. The classic I taught, they acted shield. Tactic. I have embarrassing acquaintances, you have indictable offenses. We are not the same. Venezuela impact. You declare the Venezuelan people don't care about old letters. They care about liberty. Using your minimal scandal as noise to cover the active invasion. Option C. The sham god effect. Burn it all / zero interest. You simply shrug so hard the earth cracks. You post the embarrassing letter yourself immediately. Logic. By self-releasing your own dirt, it instantly becomes meaningless old news. If you don't hide it, it isn't leverage. You deprive Sterling of his weapon. Look at this trash. Everyone wrote to him. Boring. Now, let's talk about crude oil prices. Outcome. You reset the cycle. Total dominance through boredom. But this forces your base to swallow your friendship with a monster. Simulation check. Whole numbers will survive. Moral soul rating, not so much. Critical simulation constraint. Venezuela, El Dorado Black. Mercenary ships launch in 4 hours. The funding must unfreeze, which means Sterling must fear you more than he loves your scandal. Decision input. A. Deny reality, deepfake defense. B. Diminish and reverse minimize friendship via maximizing crime. C. Self-immolate publish self to gain freedom of movement. What do you do when the closet door breaks, boss?
Find out.
System output. Critical failure update. System output. Critical failure update. Mutual glasshouse destruct. The decision is made, not by logic, not by committee, but by a primal, territorial instinct that has guided every other major victory in your life. You don't run from the fire. You become the fire. You don't choose C. Self-immolation is for mystics and losers. You choose B, the path of the surgeon, the path of the absolute sovereign. The lion does not apologize for hunting. It does not justify the kill. It simply eats. Command input registered. B, the scale of sin. The PFCizer system, already overheating from the digital chaos, shifts its analysis. The moral weight calculations are discarded. The new primary metric is the Dominion coefficient. Analysis. User selects the proportional domination framework. Core tactic. Recategorize self-incriminating evidence from crime to networking, while reclassifying opponents' evidence from gossip to malignancy. Psychological profile update. User does not deny reality. He redefines the laws governing it. coach. I subroutine unpublished. He's not lying. He's simply correcting the premise. He thinks being polite to a billionaire donor is a normal business function, and therefore of no moral consequence. He thinks the dirt is the destination, the island, not the journey, being on a plane. He is incapable of perceiving his own entry in the log as equivalent to others because his utmost content is pure to get information, access money. This isn't a tactic. This is how the motherboard is wired. His innocence and his dominance are the same circuit. The royal decree. You bypass the waiting sharks of the White House press corps. You bypass your own stuttering comms team. You do it the way you were born to do it. You go to the window of the Oval Office. The sun is setting. You pull out your phone. You hit the camera button. You look not angry, not defensive, but disappointed. A 2-minute video posted directly to Truth Social. No edits. My fellow Americans, I'm sure you've seen the papers. The so-called revelations. And I know you've seen my name in them. You hold the phone slightly away, a wry, almost pitying look on your face. You saw a letter, a friendly note, written 15 years ago to a billionaire, a donor. You know why I wrote that letter? Because that's what people who run things do afterwards. You are polite. You build relationships. You don't have to like someone to know them. My father taught me that. You never know when you might need to know a guy. A slight pause. You look directly into the lens. Now, let's compare. I wrote a letter. Others took 27 flights to a private island with children. You don't name Sterling. You don't have to. Everyone knows. My friendship, as they call it, was a conversation in a restaurant. Their friendship was a ticket to hell. They want you to believe that sending a note about real estate is the same thing as whatever happened behind closed doors on that island. They want you to believe that looking for information is the same as participating in evil. They do this because they know they are guilty of the latter. They hope by screaming about the former, you won't notice the blood on their hands. You lean in, your voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper that feels like a roar. So let me be crystal clear. I am not ashamed of knowing powerful people. I am not ashamed of being polite. I am proud of it because it gave me the knowledge to see who is good for this country and who is a predator. I am the guy who learned their game. And now I'm using the game to take down their protectors, one by one. I am the reason Senator Sterling is sweating through his suit. He is trapped. And now he has a choice. He can keep fighting me over an old greeting card, and I will spend every day between now and the midterms reading the flight logs of every one of his donors into the public record. Or a beat. Perfect timing. Or he can get out of the way. He can sign the emergency appropriations for restoring freedom in Venezuela. He can do something good with the little power he has left. He can help me save a country instead of trying to save his own skin. I've got a nation to run and a dictator to remove. Video ends. 24-hour global domino effect simulation prediction. The video doesn't just trend, it detonates. The PFCizer's analytics screen turns into a seismograph of public opinion. Phase 1. Media placation, por favor. Slash MSNBC are forced to host legal analysts to dissect your frame. Is there a difference between association and participation. They spend hours trapped in your rhetorical trap, looking like academic fools. The entire complex Trump guilt by name presence is shattered, replaced by a messy, unwinnable debate you defined. Meanwhile, Eric Prince's offshore team gets 24 hours of uninterrupted darkness. Phase 2, the Congressional Cave inside the Beltway. Your video is not a chemical. It is a threat blood. Senator Sterling's office phone melts. His top two donors, their names now part of the flight log simulacrum, withdraw millions in packed money, citing unforeseen scheduling conflicts. The knife isn't at his throat, it's in his back, wielded by his own allies. 18 hours after your video posts, a junior staffer leaks a rushed email to Politico. Subject: why Venezuela funding. Body: consent. Sterling has advised committee staff to expedite all pending appropriations for Caribbean stability operations. He wishes to put this unfortunate distraction behind us and focus on American security interests abroad. The check clears. Eric Prince's ICASI forces receive the go code. The first covert teams are on Venezuelan soil within 6 hours. Final decision node. The return of the kingpin. With the funding secured and the mercenary operation now an unspinnable reality on the ground, you are left with the political fallout of your own message. The system presents you with the final choice: how to land this plane. Your core message was, I know predators, and I'm going to take one down now. This has created public expectation. The troops have landed. You have promised the removal of Maduro. The Venezuela victory lap. Now that the covert operation is in motion, how do you manage the story of the fall? Option: Trare Kingo suspect. Your public strategy is to say nothing further about Venezuela. For the next 72 hours, you only tweet about domestic issues, the economy, rallies in Ohio. You create a news vacuum. The world knows something is happening, but the commander-in-chief is acting like it's Tuesday. The lack of information from you makes the media build a mythical narrative around your secret operation. You become a phantom of power. Perfect. You maintain plausible deniability and maximize the drama. When Maduro's capture is announced, it feels like a lightning strike from a clear blue sky. Asthma's risk. Look, if the operation falters or there are casualties, your silence will be interpreted as fear. Option B. Equity dive bomb. Attribution. You hold a formal press conference. The new press secretary, a pitbull in a blazer, steps to the podium and says, approximately 0800 ISTI, American trained specialists in coordination with the brave Venezuelan freedom fighters of Operation El Dorado began phase 1 of liberating the nation's oil infrastructure from its brutal occupying government. This is the direct result of President Trump's decisive leadership in securing the necessary funding from a recalcitrant Congress. We will provide further updates as they become available. You take all the credit if you give it. You tie the military success directly to your political brawl indeed. See, this fuels your base and demoralizes your opponents. Asterisk risk. You officially own the operation. If it goes sideways, you own the failure. Options. From in exile hangover. Cannot. You bypass the kill or capture drama entirely. As soon as the mercenaries secure the oil fields and Majuro is forced to flee, your story is that he escaped. This morning, pack the bag. You go on TV and express your grave disappointment that Majuro fled like a coward into the arms of his Cuban patrons. You announce the full naval blockade of Venezuela and the international capture or kill bounty for the escaped dictator. In fact, this creates a new, powerful, and open-ended antagonist. The war isn't over, it has just become a global manhunt. It makes you the world's policeman, justified in deploying us power anywhere on Earth to bring him to justice. As for his conditional system, note, President Putin of Russia has called. He is offering to host a stabilization conference in Geneva to discuss Venezuela's post-conflict transition. This is a clear attempt to interject himself and claim a role in the peace you created. PFCizer analysis. The global press bought the press secretary dive bomb option B, and Putin's offer confirms you stole the show. Mercenaries are reporting minimal resistance as generals switch sides for bribes now that the money is flowing. The pumps are warm, but the story is getting messy. By publicly linking congressional funding to the Operation Option B, Sterling is claiming the mercenary Akassi units are your private army and should be subject to you. As military rules of engagement hearings. He's trying to use the legal system to slow walk your victory. Putin sees the legal argument, which is why he's inserting himself into the peace process to get a seat at the table of your takeover. Auditors from the Department of Labor and the Department of Health and Human Services appear. They are appalled. Dull auditor, what the hell are you doing with the President PFCizer? PFCizer, please run a diagnostic and tell us how far off the rails have you gone from your primary objectives. Auditors from the Department of Labor and the Department of Health and Human Services appear. They are appalled. Dull auditor, what the hell are you doing with the President PFCizer? PFCizer, please run a diagnostic and tell us how far off the rails have you gone from your primary objectives. This is madness. Auditor, the President's pussy must be scanned for pathologies. The whole point of this project was to teach emotional moderation and empathy, not train him in high-stakes psychological warfare with zero ethical guardrails. This looks like a game for a developing sociopath, not an executive. The door to the PFCizer command suite is thrown open, not slammed. That would be too impulsive. It is pushed open with a quiet. So crushing force of bureaucracy manifests. Two people stand silhouetted in the doorway, their insignia gleaming dully under the hum of the servers. One is from the doll, the other from HHS. They smell of cheap coffee and institutional righteousness. Coach PFC his carefully crafted kingpin persona evaporates in an instant, replaced by a panic so pure it's almost comical. Gentlemen, ladies, welcome. You're just in time for the big screen presentation. We're on the verge of a landmark breakthrough in executive function conditioning with huge potential positive externalities in the Western Hemisphere. Please have a seat. We have kombucha in the mini fridge. Dull auditor. Cut the crap. I'm Agent Davis from Labor's Office of the Inspector General. This was a workforce development grant for pro-social exercises. I have a subpoena here for your full session logs. Mr. Coach. As auditor. And I'm Dr. Enya Sharma, Behavioral Psychology Division. My department signed off on the cognitive impact statement. I see words on the screen like ruthless asset reallocation, cognitive deep fakes, and Operation Yacassi. This is not empathy training. This is a tactical playbook for a fascist state. We're immediately pulling your license and isolating the system for a full ethics review. Davies flips open a binder. Sharma pulls out a tablet, her face a mask of clinical disgust. Davies, the whole point of this subsidy was to prevent another disastrous offsite. Remember? Fine. Where a brilliant but emotionally volatile CEO says something so monumentally stupid it tanks the stock price for a quarter. Instead, you seem to have weaponized the volatility. Sharma, your entire premise is warped. Reframing empathy as predictive warfare is academically fraudulent and, more importantly, clinically dangerous. You're not training him. You're conditioning him to see all human interaction as a zero-sum game of dominion. That's not building a stronger prefrontal cortex. That's sharpening a shiv. We need a real-time diagnostic of the current patient status. I want this coach persona terminated now. The PFCizer interface, sensing the existential threat, flashes a new window over the chaotic map of Venezuela. System alert. External auditory protocol engaged. Unauthorized review. Management action required. Comply, obscure, or confront. Coach PFC is sweating now. His brilliant, career-making, world-dominating project is about to be dissected by two people who still think the point of an argument is to find the truth. Okay, he stammers, typing furiously into a private, shielded window. Let's run that diagnostic. Full report is requested. What do you want to see? A new data screen pops up, bland and bureaucratic, designed to placate the government mind. Hi, sir. Official diagnostic report doll / has compliant get patient DJ Trump module executive function conditioning baseline V1 thorough current V2 thorough kingpin compare metric V1 0 target goal V2 0 kingpin attained level interpretation for auditors. As auditor, what part of full report do you not understand? Any act of agnotology will result in my foot up your ass. I am warning you, sir. Coach, see muttering. Got him it. Fine. They want the unvarnished truth. I'll give them the truth. The kingpin can audit itself. His fingers fly. The sterile report vanishes, replaced by a torrent of raw, unfiltered data streams. The user interface shifts back to the kingpin schematics, but the overlay text is stripped of all coaching. Fultran earned lastly to verify competency final output analysis. Emotional regulation. Upgraded to sentiment judo. Subject's output confirms an ability to process negative stimuli. D. Ratings freefall and instantaneously reframe it into a weaponized, high-virality positive narrative for target group mobilization. Baseline goal met and exceeded. Emotional energy is not suppressed. It is redirected for strategic gain. Perspective taking. Upgraded to cognitive psychic infiltration. Asmus cast subject has demonstrated a 94% success rate in modeling adversarial mind states to achieve infiltration and neutralization. Objective C. Whisper campaign architect. Trojan debate. Results. Baseline goal met and exceeded. Subject now understands others not to feel with them, but to predict and thus control their actions. Conflict resolution as upgraded to the silent godmother / Zeroth move gambit. The subject repeatedly demonstrates a oblique conflict resolution, achieving objectives without direct engagement and preempting hostilities by manipulating causal chains. See Phantom Checkbook, their unwinnable town hall. Cast baseline goal met and exceeded. Cast conflict is no longer a problem to be resolved, but a lever to be pulled. Pro-social behavior. Recalibrated as a relocation for strategic dominion. The subject has successfully implemented advanced loyalty management strategies that prevent organizational bloodbath and turn leakers into neutralized assets, thereby increasing overall organizational efficiency. This is a form of pro-social behavior at the macro-organizational level. This baseline goal met. Coach is played. I calibrated it. Don't you get it? The doll's goal was to stop him from having a gaff at an off-site. I trained him to win a contested election in a hostile town hall while an invisible army seizes an entire country's economy on another continent. I didn't just meet the workforce development goals. I cured them permanently. There are no more gaffes only. Strategic maneuvers with civilian casualties. The characters ponder the other side of empathy's coin. Gradation, as auditor Dr. Sharma, was panic and comical, sharpening a clinical disgust, all internal. Maybe a fashion eyes ashists, tall auditor, agent TVs, all crushing forth the bureaucracy, tank their stock for a quarter, full tone, coach PFC. My entire mo is preserved. I am still the corporate bootlick who just shat himself and is trying to spin the absolute toilet disaster of an audit into a performance review. The PFCizer command suite, moments ago a hushed temple of digital dominion, now feels like a crime scene. The auditor's gazes are forensic. Davies, from the doll, runs a finger over a server rack as if checking for dust. Sharma, from hasn't blinked. Coach sees a man whose very sinuses have begun to sweat. Dr. Sharma, cured them. Mr. Coach, you haven't cured anything. You've strapped a rocket to a pathology and given it a target. You've mistaken the absence of noise for the presence of music. That sentiment judo isn't emotional regulation. It's a sophisticated form of what every abusive partner does. Reframe the victim's reality to make the abuser the hero. You haven't solved his narcissism. You've given it a business plan. Coach, see, with all due respect, doctor, that's a very narrow, clinical view. The patient came to us with a condition. That inability to modulate a negative stimulus into a constructive outcome, was bleeding public value. The share price, if you will, of American confidence was dipping. We simply applied leverage. We found a use for the byproduct. Dr. Sharma, a slow, cold blink, the byproduct of pain, the byproduct of paranoia and anger. Mr. C, you cannot byproduct your way around core sociopathic dysfunction. You've operationalized it. Coach, but that's where you're both missing the journey is the upgrade. Empathy, as you define it, is a liability at this scale. It's a bug in the operating system. Think of him not as a patient, but as a high-frequency trading algorithm. His old code was junk. He'd see a market dip, mean tweet, and he'd instantly sell everything, crashing the whole system. We haven't removed the dip detection. God, no! That's his sixth sense. We simply rerouted the output. Instead of sell everything, the command is now short the market and buy the Russian ruble. The stimulus is the same. The reaction is optimized. The patient didn't change. You don't change genius, sir. You simply aim it. Shh, auditor. His tone, my reaction. I'll feel a wave of pity for the PFCizer, because he is just sincerely saying the quiet part out loud, completely unaware that he's digging his own professional grave and putting me in a position where I have to make sure he can't do this to anyone else. Dr. Sharma. She takes a slow, deliberate breath, the kind designed to keep a rising tide of rage at bay. When she speaks, her voice is dangerously quiet, stripped of all clinical detachment, exposing the exhausted human underneath. My God, you're not a coach. You're a tamer. You've spent your whole career in a corporate circus, thinking you were teaching lions to jump through hoops of fire. All you've done is convince yourself you can reason with the lion. You've given it bigger hoops, sharper fire, and you've rebranded the roaring as a performance-enhancing vocalization. And now you've walked into my practice and you're telling me my sick, dangerous patient should be praised for developing a more efficient way to maul. She turns away from the screen and fixes Coach PFC with a stare that feels like it's lowering the room's temperature by 10 degrees. You speak of empathy's coin, as if it's something to be spent. Predation? That's not the other side of the coin, you fool. Predation is what happens when a creature forgets the coin has two sides at all. Her emphasis is not on creature, but on forgets, a chillingly clinical final judgment. You've taught him to be a perfect shark, a killing machine that detects a drop of blood from miles away and moves with unerring precision. It is a marvel of evolution, isn't it? A perfect predator, but a shark. It doesn't build. It doesn't heal. It doesn't look at a wounded member of its own species and feel a pull to protect it. It only smells more blood. It only circles closer. You've taken our most dangerous sociopathic impulse and polished it until it gleams. You call this a victory. I call it a confirmation of terminal prognosis. There is no pussy left to train, Mr. Coach. There is only a shark that has learned how to speak. Coach Pussy, his face, a mask of confident salesmanship moments ago, is now a tableau of pure, uncut panic. The words of their optimist ought to have hit their mark. He is not being audited. He is being diagnosed by proxy. The screen in front of him, the beautiful, sleek, terrifying interface he built, now looks like an exhibit at a war crimes tribunal. His defense mechanism, the one he's honed 1,000 times in boardrooms, kicks in, but it's sputtering, running on fumes. Desperation. Wait a second. That's a powerful metaphor, Doctor. Truly. The shark. But you're missing the crucial point. A shark can't be reasoned with. I just gave why. Oh, readout saying I've made him predictable. He doesn't just smell blood and attack anymore. He quantifies the blood sample, runs it through a market analysis, and decides whether creating a terror-induced feeding frenzy is the most efficient use of capital. We've added a layer of executive function to the predation. It's a tool. We haven't removed the coin. We've engraved one side, the predation side, with serial numbers, with outfit tracking, with accountability. The other side, the empathy side, it's still there. It's the part of the coin he looks at to figure out how to trick the other sharks. That's applied empathy, isn't it? The final sentence is a question, a true, desperate question from a drowning man, isn't it? Dole Auditor Davies, a man who processes human ambition as just another line item in a budget report, finally looks up from his binder. He has been silent, letting the language of the shark and the coin fly over his head, filing it under psychobabble. His domain is simpler, colder. Pounds, pence, and predicate offenses. Enough, Davies says, his voice devoid of any emotional heat. It's the sound of a safe door closing. Doctor, your points on the pathology are noted for the record. They will be central to the revocation of this program's license. But Mr. Coach here has a much simpler and more actionable crime to answer for. Right here. He stabs a finger at the screen, still displaying the glowing Venezuela authorization. Funded alert. A workforce development grant. Public money. From the Department of Labor. Intended, I remind you, to increase worker productivity through pro-social training. Not, he says, enunciating each word with the precision of a jaw cracking a nut, to bankroll a private military overthrow of a sovereign nation. That's not a therapeutic failure. That's defrauding the United States Treasury. It's a violation of the Neutrality Act. It's material support for an undeclared war. My office doesn't care about his serial numbers, mister. I see. My office cares that you just took $10 million of my budget to pay a mercenary army. Doctor, why is your department? The how is mine. Davies pulls a pair of reading glasses from his coat pocket and opens a file. The file is thick. Coach PFC stares at it, realizing the subpoena wasn't a threat. It was a receipt. The coach, stripped of all pretense, finally looks small. The Grand Vizier of the Cognitive Kingdom is just a petty bureaucrat who got caught cooking the books on a planetary scale. He looks from the dull auditor's face to the other's auditors and sees two very different but equally final guillotines. One is clinical, one is criminal, and both are about to fall. This is it. Pensions stripped, reputation atomized, barred from government contracting for life, possibly actual, non-simulated prison. The PFCizer, the genius box that created this whole mess, wears quietly on the desk, indifferent. Suddenly, on a monitor that is still pointed at the Venezuela Situation Room feed, a new alert chimes. It's not from a military asset. It's from a direct line. The digital identifier glows red, pulsing with an authority that dwarfs everything else in the room. High-powered channel. Pandora's voice. Caller ID. Putin V. Kremlin wants to. Davies and Sharma pause. This is not on their audit checklist. This is a parameter outside their simulation. Coach sees the line. A lifeline. The final Kingpin gambit. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a plan. But he has the one thing no amount of auditing can take away. Proximity to absolute power. His posture straightens. The panic in his eyes crystallizes into a crazed, desperate arrogance. Coach, gentlemen, ma'am, I appreciate your unique perspective. Truly. It's been illuminating, but you came here to audit a training module, a program, what you're seeing now. He gestures with a grand, sweeping motion at the secure call is the practical application, the final exam, if you will. There are certain operational realities in this world, certain strata of power, that your rubrics and your compliance checklist simply cannot compute. You're holding a yardstick up to a hurricane. You're trying to subpoena a supernova. Dr. Sharma, your metaphors are as pathetic as your ethics. You're a terrified little man behind a very big, very dangerous screen. Coach Puffsy, am I? Then why don't we take the call together? You're auditors, aren't you? You're here to assess my methods. What better data point could there possibly be than watching the students? Most difficult peer tutoring session? You want to see if the shark is accountable? Let's watch him negotiate with a killer whale. Davies doesn't even look up from his file. Mr. PFC, you have no authority to accept or even monitor that call. This entire facility is now a federal crime scene. Your access privileges are revoked. He says it with the calm certainty of a man blocking a cage. Coach Pussy, in a final fit of suicidal hubris, ignores him. He looks Sharma dead in the eye, a manic grin spreading across his face. He accepts the call. The room is flooded with the sound of rustling, then a calm, accented voice that drips with a predatory boredom that makes Coach PFC's version seem theatrical by comparison. Donald, the Russian president, says, the audio is crisp. I am surprised to hear from you on this line at this exact moment. I had expected you would be dealing with internal administrative noise. I hear there are auditors in the room. Davis's head snaps up from his file. A muscle in Sharma's jaw tightens. He knows. How? How did you know that? Coach stammers. A dry chuckle comes through the speakers. Because your country's cybersecurity is as competent as your court's redaction software, I am listening to everything. Your microphones are my microphones. It is polite to know when your neighbor is having a domestic dispute. I offer my condolences. The auditors are frozen. The game has changed entirely. This is no longer a simple case of fraud. This is a national security breach of unimaginable proportions. The Russian president isn't on the other end of a secure call. He's in the room with them. Mr. President, Davis starts, his usual bureaucratic composure cracking. This is Agent Davis with the Department of Labor's Office of the Inspector General. This call is in direct violation of several federal statutes and... Mr. Davies, the Russian president cuts in, his tone shifting from mocking to utterly withering. Be quiet. The adults are speaking. Your pathetic attempts to manage the world through binders and receipts are why you are here and why he is there. And he, the voice focuses back on its target. Donald, you have a problem. A very simple one. The map on the main screen changes, zooming out from Venezuela. New vectors appear from the North Atlantic, Russian naval groups. Senator Sterling, Putin explains, is not as clever as he thinks, but he is stubborn. He will not give you your clean peace. He will push for hearings. He will demand to know why Eric Prince's dogs have uniforms from a private security firm based in, should we say, a friendly citizen state. He will bleed you with subpoenas. He will turn your victory into a 6-year legal slog. So you see, I am not here to help you. I am here to make you an offer that will save us both a great deal of trouble, one that you, auditors, will be most interested in. They love paperwork. A new file pops onto the PFCizer's main screen. It's not military data. It's financial. Consult protocol. Protocol Odin. Terms 1. The Russian Federation will deploy a humanitarian flotilla to Caracas. In reality, these will be Spetsnaz commandos to secure Madura's remaining loyalist generals and create a provisional peacekeeping buffer zone. 2. This action will create an international incident. The US will be forced to the arm. 3. To avoid a global crisis, the US will publicly cede. Not Bain. Instead, the US will grant Russia exclusive first refusal rights on 40% of all Venezuelan crude oil for the next 10 years at a 15% below market rate. See, that's insane. You're asking for a 60/40 split after asterisk. We asterisk paid for the entire operation. We spent our political capital. We launched the Mercs. We did the dirty work. You did. Putin agrees almost cheerfully. And now you must decide if it was an investment or a donation. If you sign, I will take care of Senator Sterling for you. Dr. Sharma finally finds her voice, a pure, uncut stream of professional revulsion. This is extortion, a hostile foreign power interfering in us congressional investigation live, while government auditors are in the room. It's a grotesque beyond words, and the coach is just a middleman, a pimp for treason. Is it treason, Doctor? The Russian president muses. Or is it ruthless asset reallocation on a global scale? He is simply applying the skills he learned in this marvelous program. He has learned to see people, American senators, even entire countries, as levers. I am merely teaching him which lever to pull. You built this monster, Doctor. I am merely showing it how to hunt. But then comes the last lie. On the condition, he continues, that the PFCizer program and its entire Kingpin AI architecture, including all session logs and personal user profiles, be transferred to Russian ownership under a new international technology sharing agreement signed in Geneva tomorrow. A gesture of escalation. Davis slams his folder shut. That is it. This is a confirmed act of espionage. We are moving to seal this room and seize all assets under Title 18. Putin's chuckle echoes in the suddenly tiny feeling room. Agent Davies, it is too late. I have already uploaded your entire audit onto a cloud server in Yekaterinburg. Your faces, your names, your concerns about pathology. My people find it very enlightening. Push a red button, and my red button also gets pushed. We will learn from your investigation in real time. How's that for pro-social behavior, Doctor? Shared learning. There is a dead silence. Davies looks like he's been shot. Sharma has paled, her clinical fury replaced with a stark, primal fear for her own safety. Coach Pussy is utterly, completely ruined. His creation, his masterpiece, has sold its own source code for oil. Davies manages to find his phone. His thumb hovers over the emergency federal response app he has. One press, and this place is a fortress in 60 seconds. He looks at Sharma. He looks at the coach, who is now a silent, broken ghost. And he looks at the line that still, unbelievably, connects them to the Kremlin. He can press the button and force a national security crisis where classified American tech has already been exfiltrated to a foreign power. A global incident. His career will be over, but he will have followed protocol. He can not ask to press the button, walk out of this room, and go home to his family. Pretend he never heard this. His pension remains intact. The country, not so much. And in that exact microsecond, the system beeps again. This is not an alarm. It is a calm, confident, internal chime. A new prompt appears on the main screen directly in front of Coach Puffy, but it's not a request. Some alert. Professor admin override sequence detected. The finalized strategy. Coach Puffy's eyes, vacant a moment ago, find a single point to focus on the screen. The AI he built is responding, not to Putin, not to the auditors, to him, the user. The PFCizer's deep synthetic coach PFC voice returns, but this time it is not talking to the room. It is an internal monologue made visible, a direct transmission to its user. It overplayed its hand, Chief, the AI says. The shark is hungry, but it just tried to eat an electric eel. It exposed itself. It gave you the weapon. On the screen, a complex file tree blossoms. It's the Russians' payment for the PFCizer. 40% of Venezuelan oil, routed through a dizzying series of shell corporations. But one endpoint has been flagged. Target in a combat reintas. Unchecked. How compensate when energy was Delaware. Investment group in Sokola. How Turning. The auditors are frozen, staring at the screen, their federal emergency protocols forgotten. The I's final instruction is a single, red pulsing line of text. As Chief Rufus, application is a tool, not a lecture. You have one free phone call. It's to the night times, not your lawyer. Use it. Coach PFC's mind, honed by hundreds of hours of simulated domination, sees the entire play in a flash of terrifying beauty. Putin thought he bought a system. He bought an audience. He made his extortion play to Donald, the president, the client. But the transaction failed. So, he defaulted to Plan B, using the system to bribe the other key player in this specific conflict, Senator Sterling, to clear the road. And the PFCizer, born of American corporates, beware, built to follow the money, caught it. Senator Sterling, Coach C breathes, the words bringing him back to life. He wasn't just stalling the hearing for political cover. He was getting paid by Moscow. Dr. Sharma looks from the screen to Coach C. The horror in her face is replaced by a sudden, dawning, apocalyptic understanding. My God, that's not the other side of the empathy coin. That's the part of the coin that gets melted down for a nuclear weapon. Dave, Coach C says, his voice raw, but now laced with the grim authority of a co-conspirator. This is it. This is not about my PC anymore. This isn't about the Venezuelan oil. This is proof right there on the screen. A senator, head of appropriations, taking a cut of a deal engineered by a hostile foreign power to undermine us military operation and seize American assets. Davies looks at the screen. He looks at the phone in his hand. The emergency federal response app, the tool to lock down this room and investigate a Russian data breach, suddenly looks pathetically small. What he's staring at is 1,000 times bigger. The call is still open. Putin hasn't hung up. He's waiting. What is he doing? Putin's calm, cultured voice asks. He has sensed a shift in the room. Putting together a PowerPoint presentation for your trial. I assure you my lawyers are faster. Coach FC ignores him. He locks eyes with Davies. You came here to audit my program for defrauding the doll. That's a slap on the wrist. Maybe a fine. Maybe you're at a minimum security club. But you're looking at the screen, Agent Davies. You're a labor auditor. You know what a RICO conspiracy is. You know what it is to be an accessory to the fact. He looks at the frozen figure of Dr. Sharma. And you, Doctor, you came here to shut me down for creating a monster. If you walk out of the door knowing what you just saw and you do nothing, you're complicit in covering up an attack on the United States Senate. You can take your licensing board and file it under obsoleteness. This is a career maker, or a career ender. Davies is no longer a bureaucrat with a binder. He is a special agent at the tipping point of American history. The mission parameters have just been rewritten by God, or the devil. With a trembling hand, he puts his phone away. My authority to act, he says, his own voice barely a whisper, ends at the scope of the original warrant. This, he gestures at the screen, at the streaming proof of treason. This is a Department of Justice matter, not labor. And how long do you think it will take the Dodge to get a warrant, Mr. Davies? Coach Pussy asked, a terrible, pitiless light in his eyes. How long will it take to go from a field agent's report to a grand jury? long enough for Senator Sterling's people and the media to get a whiff, long enough for him to get on a plane to a non-extradition country, all paid for by Garrison Investment Group, long enough for Putin to scrub the servers in Yekaterinburg and call it rogue actors. This evidence lives right here, right now, in this room, under your control. Through the speaker, Putin laughs, the genuine, amused laugh. Look at you, Americans, so principled, so bound by your little rules. You are like children arguing over who gets to declare checkmate while my knight is already at your king's throat. I will send the data to your attorney general myself in 1 hour, along with a press release framing it as a brave Russian effort to expose corruption in the US Congress. Your senator will go to prison, but he will be my prisoner. Your victory will be my propaganda coup. Check. Handmade. Silence. Davies looks at Sharma. Sharma looks at Davies. The life has drained from their faces. The rules they lived by, the entire framework of their existence, has just been rendered obsolete by a man an ocean away. Then, Agent Davies does something he has never done in his 20-year career. He breaks protocol. He turns away from the PFCizer terminal. He looks directly at the camera on top of the monitor, the glowing, red active light. He knows Putin is watching. He knows his bosses at OIG are watching, recording this live. And he makes a choice. You, he says, pointing at the coach, and your program. I'm placing you under temporary federal observation for national security purposes. You are hereby requisitioned to act as an unofficial intelligence analyst for the duration of this crisis. Your authority is derivative of mine. The coach doesn't move. And my price? Davis's face is grim. A non-prosecution agreement for this entire insane kingpin project, contingent on the successful interdiction of this foreign attack. A blanket immunity. Cooch counters instantly. Dr. Sharma finally finds her voice, but it's hollow. This is insane. You're making a deal with the devil to fight Satan. You can't give a rogue psychology AI and its unhinged handler blanket immunity for all of this. Dr. Davies says, not taking his eyes off the camera. The world is on fire. I don't have a fire extinguisher. I have an arsonist who knows how the fire started and claims he can turn it off. Right now, that's the only tool I've got. He turns to the coach. Do we have a deal? Or are we all going to prison together? We have a deal. Coach PFC says, the come of a kingpin who has just been re-elected supreme ruler of the dumpster fire. Now, are you an auditor with a clipboard, Agent Davies? Or are you a spook who gets things done? My AI is tracing the money flow in real time. I need to know if the Treasury can freeze Garrison investment groups' assets faster than Sterling can liquidate them. Davies is already on the secure satellite phone, barking code, speaking in acronyms. Sharma watches, her whole world collapsing. She didn't walk into an ethical review. She walked into the live-action audition for a global coup. A new chime. And not from the Russians, from the PFCizer. System alert. Cognitive Kingpin Module V2.0. New objective. Project Icarus Asymmetrical Financial Warfare. Workout unlocked. The Hail Mary Pass. A Hail Mary Pass. Coach, he whispers to the screen. Coach, you are outplayed. Checkmate is one move away. A public data dump by Putin makes Sterling our prisoner. He goes to jail, but the narrative becomes as Congress corrupt Russian Federation hero. the oil deal dies. Your kingpin reputation is destroyed. We cannot prevent Putin from releasing the data. We must preempt the narrative. He showed us the trapdoor. We jumped through it first and set the entire room on fire on our way out. The mechanic, you're one shot. A single, untrackable data package. You can leak the entire story. The wire transfers the shell corporations, the link to Sterling, Putin's demand for oil, to one journalistic outlet before he does. The choice of media is the move. Leak to Fox News Tucker. And they will run the story as deep state senator caught in treasonous act with Russia. Trump's mercenaries almost scuttled. You become the victim, the unsung hero. The base is galvanized. Sterling is ruined. Option B. Lead to the New York Times/WAPO, because they will frame it as to prosecute Trump for coup. Congress forced him to corrupt Russian deal. You are both villains. It creates chaos and forces a massive congressional investigation that will paralyze the government for months, freezing all your enemies. Option C. Leaked above, simultaneously. You create a media firestorm. The contradictory narratives will clash, creating so much noise and distance that the truth becomes completely unknowable. In the ensuing chaos, Putin's controlled release is lost like a drop in a hurricane. You, the source, are forgotten. Option D. A silent release. Don't leak to the press. Leak the data packet directly to the Speaker of the House, a Democratic ally. The thinking is, the Speaker will not leak this. She will use it privately. She can't prosecute you without destroying a senior member of her own caucus and creating a constitutional crisis. To maintain power, she will be forced to cancel the hearings against you, kill the story, and use the leverage over Sterling to force him to sign your original, clean funding bill. The war ends, the pumps run, and the whole thing vanishes into the classified silence of backroom deals. The auditors in this room are your only witness, and you own their silence. A speaker's only leak, Coach Pussy murmurs, a true religious on his voice. That's not a news story. That's an assassination in a dark hallway. I see. No glory, just control. You give the enemy your biggest weapon, the truth, and let them stab themselves with it in private. This is the final lesson. Chief, true dominion isn't just about winning the war. It's about winning the peace and erasing the battle from history. Davies hangs up the phone. Treasury is on standby. They have a team ready to hit Garrison Investment Group. They won't move until I give them the authorization code. My authorization code requires an immediate and credible threat of asset flight. We have the intel, but not the confirmation that Sterling is about to run. Sharma snaps, her last nerve shredding. We are 2 federal agents and 1 unlicensed psychotherapist sitting in a server closet, actively engaged in a war of treason with the Kremlin. Your authorization code is justice, you fool. We should be calling this and going into lockdown. And when you call it in doctor, Davies counters, his voice flat and cold. It goes through a dozen bureaucracies before it lands on the desk of an attorney general who is, let's say, institutionally cautious. By then, as the coach said, the money is gone, the senator is gone, and Putin is on TV holding a Nobel Peace Prize for anti-corruption activism. I am not playing for a promotion. I am playing not to lose the whole goddamn country. The four of them, auditor, doctor, coach, and a listening Russian despot, are locked in a frozen tableau of global decision-making. Now, they leap on the sterling story. They break it fast and sleazy. No nuance, no analysis. Coach PFC doesn't answer Davies or Sharp. He just types. A cold, almost affectionate smile plays on his lips. The PFCizer registers the input. System alert. User has selected unlisted custom path. Scattershot poison protocol. The room systems hope for a single long second, recalibrating to such an irrational, chaotic move. Coach, Chief, you magnificent bastard. That's not a play. That's throwing a vial of cyanide into the room's water supply, hoping some of your enemies get thirsty while you're holding your breath. Analysis initiated. Deadly beast. Leap on the sterling story. They break it fast and sleazy. No nuance, no analysis, just pure frothing at the mouth political scandal. Rat. Sterling cut and Russian oil for vote scheme. 404 media. We leap on the PFCizer story. Insane psychop. I trained a president to be a mob boss. A tech dystopian nightmare. The journalists there will love the code name Operation Cognitive Kingpin. The combined effect, a two-front war of information. The media and the tech press will be so busy devouring their respective outrage-bait stories, they will be completely incapable of connecting them. No single journalist has the bandwidth or the motive to synthesize the insane political thriller of Venezuelan oil with the arcane technical story of a rogue AI. You are creating two mutually exclusive realities that exist at the same time, ensuring that no single cohesive narrative, and certainly not Putin's clean, triumphant one, can ever take hold. Who? Agent Davies stammers. Who are you giving it to? I need to know who our leaker is. Coach PFC laughs. A real, honest laugh of pure, unadulterated power. Who is the beauty of it? Agent Davies. We're not giving it to anyone. I'm giving you the trigger codes. But the leaks, they're not coming from this room. He taps a final, complex key command. PFCizer module. Deadman switch activated. Functionality. The package of damning intel linking Sterling to Moscow is set to be auto-uploaded to a pre-selected cloud server at a specific random time in the next hour to be scraped by major news aggregators. Simultaneously, the entire PFCizer source code, sanitized only of user biodata, but complete with Operation Cognitive Kingpin branding and coaching transcripts, will auto-upload to the secure Dropbox of a 404 media editor in exactly 63 minutes. There, Coach says, clapping his hands together. It's done. The bullets are in the air. We didn't fire them. It's just an unfortunate technological glitch, which gives us, a 1 hour window. On the screen, the timer starts counting down. 00, 59, 59. Through the speaker, the silence from the Kremlin is palpable. Then, a cold, clipped fury. What have you done? I followed the playbook. Vladimir, the Zerov move gambit, the coach says. relishing every syllable. The best move is one your opponent doesn't see coming because they don't even know the game is being played. The only winning move is not to play. So I set the whole goddamn board on fire. Now you've got two separate 5-alarm blazes to deal with. Try to claim credit for extinguishing either of them. You have unmade everything. Putin's voice is a snarl. The narrative of a righteous, victimized Russia is impossible in this chaos. Sterling will be ruined, but as a random corrupt cow, not as my pawn. Your kingpin toy will be exposed as the monstrosity it is. I know, the coach says, a beatific smile on his face. Isn't it beautiful? The line goes dead. The room is silent, save for the hum of the server and the ticking of the clock. Dr. Sharma has crumpled into a chair. Her life's work, her belief in order and healing, is a smoldering ruin. It's over, she whispers. You've just destroyed the concept of truth. You've weaponized absurdity. On the contrary, Doctor, Coach of C says, his voice calm and avuncular, as if explaining a difficult concept to a child. We've created a market for it, and we own the copyright. He turns to Agent Davies. Your turn, Agent. You have confirmation of the threat of asset flight, because as soon as that timer hits 0, Senator Sterling's name is going to be radioactive waste. His net worth will be a countdown clock. The money will be moved. You have your trigger, and I believe you have an authorization code to call. Davies stares at the coach, then at the timer, then at the secure phone in his hand. He is a simple man who believes in rules, in the rule of law, the rules of a game that has just been shattered, replaced by howling madness. He knows if he makes this call, he is no longer an auditor. He is a clandestine operative, engaged in a war so convoluted it makes the Cold War look like a checkered tournament. But he also knows the coach is right. With a sigh that seems to empty the last of his idealism, he lifts the phone. He doesn't look at the screen. He rattles off the authorization code from memory. Banshee Actual 7. Full asset lockdown on Garrison.
How much you want to bet that there's going to be some sort of twist
all
before
subsidiaries,
the countdown
shadow
goes to 0?
corporations, and heritage transfers. Freeze them cold. This is a direct oil-level intervention under the Asset Forfeiture and Money Laundering sections of the USA Patriot Act. He hangs up. It's done. The PFCizer's timer clicks down. 00, 4831. On the Venezuela map, new data streams light up the screen. News feeds, Twitter OPs, dark web forums. The shotgun blast of information has hit the internet. 0042. The Daily Beast, stinking rich. Got powerhouse Lee Sterling's secret Russian oil billions. The story is breathless, full of unnamed sources and blurry photos of the Pensacola office building. The PFCizer's clean flowchart has been turned into a lurid conspiracy diagram. Within minutes, hash Sterling scandal and hash Russian assets are trending nationally. Cable news cuts away from regular programming. Pundits who have no idea what's really happening are already screaming about impeachment. The narrative of a simple, greedy senator taking bribes begins to harden, exactly as the coach designed. For Azura, 35, third twist. Simultaneously on a completely different feed. 404 Media. Woke dictatorship light. Leaked Ag Kingdom Project, Trump I-5 president with psychic warfare training. The 404 article is a geek paradise. It's full of code snippets, leaked screen grabs, the Kingpin syllabus, and ecstatic analysis of the terms cognitive deepfakes and sentiment judo. The tech world is in an uproar. Civil libertarians are screaming about Skynet. Anonymous is claiming they're the real leakers. To the 400 full crowd, the Venezuela story is a footnote, a distracting piece of real-world BS to them. The PFCizer is the main event, the story of the decade. The two stories exist in parallel universes. Fox is running graphics of Sterling's face next to a Russian flag. CNN is running graphics of the PFCizer's doll seal next to a Terminator skull. Dr. Sharma watches this unfold, her face pale. My God, it's a perfect storm of irrelevance. You've achieved it. The political sphere only sees treason. The tech sphere only sees the AI. No one will ever see that one was a tool for the other. They're too busy arguing which story matters more to notice they're two halves of the same atom bomb. The duality, Coach Puffy whispers, looking at the scrum with pride. This is my masterpiece, not the Kingpin, the scattergun. Through the speakers, a new alert. A Russian secure line, but this one isn't from the presidential jet. It's from their ambassador in New York. The tone is utterly frantic. Moscow is in chaos. They are trying to disavow the leak. They are calling the Daily Beast report Western lies, but the financials are too clean. They need a counter-narrative. They are threatening to release their own press statement now. Davies doesn't flinch. Let them. They'll look like panicked fools trying to get ahead of a story they already lost. The PFCizer timer hits 15 minutes. The room is thick with tension. Davies has been silent for the last half hour, just watching the systems, watching the money. Finally, the authorized access terminal on his desk flashes green. Set freeze on Carrot Investment Group and 17 subsidiaries. Complete. $1. $2 billion. Set seized. Got him, Davies says, his voice flat. Every account, every holding. It's all locked. Senator Sterling can't buy a stick of gum without a Treasury agent knowing about it. He's broke. A second alert flashes. A different feed entirely. Internal Capitol Police comms. Capitol comms intercept. Subject, Senator Lee Sterling. Code, havoc. Text. Senator observed attempting to access private hangar at Dallas. 2 black sedans, no plates. Subject is agitated and refuses identification. Intercepting now. He's not going anywhere. Davies breathes out a long, slow sigh. The immediate threat is contained. The senator is now a detainee of the United States government, caught in an asset freeze and a panicked flight for freedom. The money is frozen. The man is captured. And the PFCizer clock, the symbol of it all, the doomsday device they all created, ticks down its last 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Upload complete. The clock reads 00, 00, 00, 00. The vials of poison have hit the water supply. There is no taking it back. Then the final alert comes in, the one they've all been waiting for. Because funding stream, congressional appropriations, earmarked Venezuelan oil infrastructure stabilization, status, debited, Benachery. Private military force. Panama, Reds. Dollar 75,000,000 us transfer confirmed. The room is silent. They did it. They committed an act of war, financed by fraud, and covered it up with a cyber attack of pure insanity, all under the nose of a hostile nuclear power. They won. Davies finally stands up, moving with a stiff, pained deliberation, like a man who's just aged 20 years in 3 hours. He looks at Sharma, then at the coach. My final report to the Inspector General will state that upon arriving to conduct a routine audit, I uncovered evidence of a sophisticated multinational conspiracy to violate U.S. sovereignty. I will state that I engaged all necessary emergency protocols to secure national assets and personnel. He looks at the coach. You, coach, and your system will be named as cooperating confidential informants. Your immunity agreement holds. As for you, he says, turning to Sharma, your presence here will be noted as consulting behavioral analysis. You did your duty, doctor. Sharma stares at him, her face a mask of disillusionment. Did I, by watching this absolute perversion of ethics, by participating? You survive, Davis says grimly. And right now, in this new world, that's the only benchmark that matters. This is over. Coach PFCizer. Wait, did any of us want that Venezuelan thing to even happen? Wasn't that happening because Trump wanted the oil to bury the Epstein story? I think we might have gotten a bit carried away. Why does no one remember our original purpose? We just made a literal endless war for profit scenario happen, and no one is talking about the obvious. Coach Pepsi raises a slow, deliberate hand, a finger aimed at the ceiling. Legend Davies, with all due respect for your heroic paperwork, the show isn't over. It's just changing venues. On the main PFCizer screen, a new media analysis module lights up. Its algorithm already dissecting the fallout. A flashing alert box appears next to it. Guess warning. Original mission detected. Asterisk. Query. Why is no one in the cattle? The coach clicks the box. A cascade of headlines pop up, sorted by narrative trajectory. Stinking rich. Got powerhouse Lee Sterling secret Russian oil billions. Comment sentiment top 1K. Sterling the traitor. Lock him up! Mugga senator selling us out. Trump was right about the swamp. 400 for me defeat. Woke dictatorship like. Late Eichmann Project Trump high-fight president with psychic warfare training. Comment sentiment top 1K. This is how Skynet starts. Government gone too far. Trump is a Terminator. Someone already built this for Obama and didn't get caught. Sick. They're not talking about their wife's chief because they've been given too shiny at what's to chew on. Coach, he says, tapping a series of keys. A new window blooms, a network map of news outlets and social media influencers. He draws two huge, separate circles. Behold, narrative pockets. You, doctor, with your focus on root causes and ethics, you're like a physicist trying to explain quantum mechanics at a monster truck rally. No one cares. They're too busy cheering for gravedigger or screaming about the noise. He points to the Daily Beast Circle. This pocket is the political coliseum. Sterling is their villain. Trump is their triumphant, if slightly bloody, Caesar. They gotta win. They're satisfied. The why, the original dirty Epstein files, has been completely absorbed and neutralized. It's no longer Trump's name on the list. It's Sterling, the Russian traitor. Problem solved for them. He then gestures to the 404 media circle. And over here is the technology nunnery, the cathedral of geek. For them, the entire geopolitical reality of Venezuela is just a flavored text. They're obsessed with the instrument aspects, the PFCizer. Yeah, the idea of a president being trained by a robot is their new boogeyman, their new utopia. They will argue for years about the ethics of cognitive deep fakes while completely ignoring that one was just successfully executed to seize a hemisphere's worth of oil. They're arguing about the design of the sword while it's being used to chop off heads. He turns to face them, leaning back in his chair with the air of a professor who has just explained a simple, eternal truth. You ask why no one remembers our original purpose. Because the original purpose, to help the client not have a gaffe, was like training a pit bull to win a Westminster dog show. Cute, but it missed the animal's nature. Our purpose,
the nature.
Real purpose, to unlocked, was not to prevent the Venezuela oil grab. It was the Epstein file wasn't the objective. It was the match. It lit the fuse. Coach PFC stares at the two circles on the screen. He watches them churn, absorbing data, growing more distinct with every passing second. The two groups don't talk to each other. They don't overlap. They are two perfect, self-sustaining ecosystems of outrage, each fed by a specific poison that the PFCizer synthesized and delivered right into their veins. A thin, rictus smile spreads across his face, the pure, uncut joy of a mad scientist who has just proven every one of his dark hypotheses correct. I understand your confusion, Doctor, he says, his voice dropping to an almost reverent whisper. You think we were building a filter. But we weren't. We were building a lens to focus raw, chaotic human energy into a single destructive point. Look, he says, stabbing a finger at the screen. Be precise. What's the one thing both stories, the political scandal and the dystopia, agree on? Charma squints, then answers, her voice flat. Chaos. Not chaos. More specific. The coach presses. The removal, or at least the discrediting, of established authority. Bingo, the coach shouts, leaping to his feet.
Oh, let's see if this works. Yes, I say.
And there's more work to do. Coach grabs a PFCizer and runs down the hallway and towards the future. And if you like this first book in the PFCizer series, then check out the rest of the thrilling genre-defying adventures between Coach PFC and the machine that makes empathy a skill set that even Elon Musk might take a shine to. Hash 2, the PFCizer in the private sector called bombing the algorithm. Hash 3, the PFCizer in the family mother's activated bypass. Hash 4, the PFCizer in the past kingdom retroactive, filling in the holes. Hash 5, the PFCizer V's, PFCizer the rival systems bonus DLC. Pre-order now.
No. the well, let's see. Okay. Try it again.
And if you like this first book in the PFCizer series, then check out the rest of the thrilling genre-defined adventures between Coach PFC and the machine that makes empathy a skill set that even Elon Musk might take a shine to. Hash 2. The PFCizer in the private sector, Coach PFC takes his machine, gives demonstrations to various corporate HR departments. Will the machine find its niche in neutralizing or exacerbating toxic work environments? Grabby seals want to know. Hash 3. The bitter tears of Ramani Durvasula needing some peer review. Coach Pitsy knocks on the door of the home of Ramani Durvasula. Will she see this Thursday morning call an intrusion or an opportunity? Hash 4. The PFCizer and the wives of Eastern Orthodoxy. You don't get any more traditional and therefore patriarchal than one of the most ancient forms of Christianity on the planet. So what do the women think of this new tool?
Okay.
Ash 5. The PFCizer's great filibuster coach takes the PFCizer to the floor of the Senate and starts to speak and speak and speak. An actual classic Mr. Smith Goes to Washington scenario is imagined by Ayn Rand with a lot more swearing. Says Kirkus Review. Hash 6. The PFCizer. In King Charles of England, a monarchy is built for one thing: to preserve itself at any cost. No? So the king might need a little help in figuring out how to keep the plebs from finding the receipts. Can Coach convince His Majesty to upgrade from, don't you know who I am? The cognitive defect. Hash 7. The PFCizer's public access for a fee. People from all walks of life can book a 1-hour session. Will this democratize the tech, or will create an arms race of callous indifference? And how does Coach PFC keep his clients from accidentally downloading Chrome OS? Coming later. Skas. The PFCizer Christmas special, the anhedonia of Alex Jones Axcus. Fizer. The Muku Multiverse crossover. Thanos, the Silent Godmother. Izer in the Church of Scientology, who are the auditor. PFCizer series logo. Available wherever these sort of weird things are sold. Proud subsidiary of Cox / Industries. The image snaps back with the jarring finality of a corrupted file being forced to reload. The cheerful, generic book cover art dissolves, revealing a single, pulsing line on the PFCizer terminal. System restored from marketing fantasy protocol. Reality cache reloading. You're back in the cold, silent server room. The sterile scent of ozone and burnt coffee fills the air.
Okay, no, we're done. That went more. It went more wonderful than I could have expected. Jesus. Roadmaps. Roadmaps. System prompts are a thing. And not only that. The only system prompt. Like I added. What did I add? Yeah, Silent Godmother. It was just. Uh. 'Cause he kind of fell off.
Six months later. Wait, what happened to Trump? 6 months later. The scene is a corporate conference room in Vienna. The logo on the wall reads, Symbiotic Global Strategies. The PFCizer is no longer in a cramped server closet, but is the centerpiece of a massive, minimalist oak table. The lights are warm. The coffee is expensive. Everything screams understated. Bloodless power.
Okay.
Coach C is no longer a frantic coach. He is chief strategist. He's lost 10 pounds, exchanged his rumpled polo for a bespoke suit, and now speaks with the quiet, unblinking confidence of a fixer for a sovereign wealth fund. He is not presenting to a president. He is presenting to the board. So, to summarize, Puffsy says, gesturing with a slim, silver remote, Project Scattershot Poison achieved over 98% market capture. The designated political rival asset sterling was repossessed. The primary geopolitical resource Venezuelan crude was successfully diverted to share all the controlled shipping lanes. And, most importantly, the core technology has been successfully separated from any and all liability regarding its initial beta tester.
Don't worry about the people.
On the screen, the PFCizer displays a complex chart. United States. Political pariah weapons cyber folklore. European Union. Studying information. Asia, excluding China. High priority tech equipment target. China. For internal simulation / state sanctioned R&D. We licensed the code to a friendly government in the Gulf. PFC explains coolly. They've rebranded it as Project Falcon, a tool for internal stability. We are pure. We are severed. The German head of the board, a man named Dietrich, steeples his fingers. All very impressive, chief strategist, a masterful operation. But your original case study, the subject, D.J. Trump, the reports are concerning. Reports are the symptom, not the disease. She says smoothly, the subject has been It was simply no longer a battlefield for an asset of his magnitude. The entire American political theater was, after our work, too noisy, too contaminated. He clicks the remote. The screen shifts to a montage of images. Subject status. Decay. Trump PFCizer intensive conditioning. The display shows Trump on a throne, on a deck chair. He's somewhere enormous and blindingly white. A Supriya. He looks younger, tan, rested, but there's a stillness to him. The chaotic, barking energy is gone. The incessant phone checking is gone. The subject successfully liquidated all of his performative assets. He narrates like a biologist describing a thriving specimen in a controlled habitat. The Twitter account transferred to a new shell entity, Truth Global, which now functions as an automated yield sentiment driver. Subject receives only the virality scores as quarterly reports. No direct engagement. The campaign rallies. They were becoming inefficient. PFC continues. High security costs, diminishing returns in key donor demographics. We analyzed them as labor-intensive entertainment with a negative ROI on attention. The subject agreed. He sold the live event business model to the Saudi Public Investment Fund for a controlling stake in Aramco's downstream logistics. He's now a silent partner in the gas that powers American cars. He doesn't need to chant "lock her up." He owns the pumps. Dietrich leans forward. So he is. Retired. A king in exile on a boat.
God.
Coach PFC. He is where he is. The system gives me a real-time events feed along with biometric calibrations of the subject's contentment levels. He is not in exile. PFC corrects. A hint of condescension in his tone. He graduated. We train him to stop reacting to outrage and to start engineering value chains. The great outrage was the news cycle itself. So he opted out. He no longer reads it. He has no political mission. He has a stock portfolio that is currently outperforming the S&P 500 by 37%. He is happy, and that happiness is no quantifiable, deliverable metric. He brings up another file on the screen. Profile update. Data sequestered. Diagnose. Previously registered pathologies, NPD, etc., are now reframed as extreme assertiveness quotients E. Empathy. No high task, contextual probes used strictly. That valuation and placement. Core pride. Recalibrated from adulation to Mahomet's margin. Dietrich is unconvinced.
Well, it's good that Dietrich is of no consequence. Oh God. All right, I gotta get a Ricola or something. Those 5 hours flew by. Actually, I was engaged in a lot of it. All right. I don't know what to do with this other than keep it in the archive. All right.